Welcome back, everyone. Let's get started with the afternoon's agenda. We're going to get started with the Golden Tilefish Catch Share Program Review. Jose, are you ready?
I am. Thank you. So first, I'm going to go through a brief background of what we have done up to today regarding this issue. Back in December of last year, the Council received a presentation of the 12-year Golden Tilefish IFQ Program Review Report by Northern Economics Incorporated. That was the outfit that conducted the report. There is a link there for the report if you wish to access that again. That presentation initiated a 30-day comment period that ended in January 12. Right after that, staff compiled the public comment, and the oversight team had a meeting January 23rd to discuss the issues identified and potential actions. So today I'm going to give you a summary of the comments received on the review report from the public comment period. They're all included at the end of the memo that we put under tab number A. Then I will go ahead and talk about the present issues and potential actions that were identified by the oversight team. The Council today formally will submit the review package to National Marine Fisheries Service, and then the review is considered to be completed. So in all, we received 6 written comments, and here are the names of the individuals that provided comments. Some of them are here in person and online as well. And again, all the comments are posted in tab number A, and I'm just going to give an overall summary of the issues that were presented. Now, I want to bring your to attention that some of the individuals that provided comments took this opportunity to provide comments about blue line tilefish, which is not what we were asking for, but those comments are included there for your review as well. So overall, there were some comments indicated that there's difficulty to enter the IFQ fishery. Also, some individuals indicated that the bulk of the quota is caught by vessels in New York, that there is difficulty entering the IFQ fishery given the current program structure and regulations. And in this specific comment, they indicated they would like the Council to consider developing a system to allow young fishermen to get in as current participants age out. The third bullet there, I think that is one of those comments that was related to blue line tilefish, even though it was not specified in the comment letter, but to keep the fishery open and increase the catch limit. These things really don't apply to golden tilefish, to where the fishery is operating right now. Other comments indicated that the tilefish fishery is well managed and that the system is working well. Another comment indicated that the initial allocation disproportionately hurt the vessels from Barnegat Light and in favor of the vessels from Montauk. This specific comment indicated that this is a loop-sided allocation. This loop-sided allocation needs to be addressed, continued to contribute to the long-term sustainability of the fishery and the well-being of the coastal communities that depend on this fishery. There was a comment regarding improving communication and transparency when tracking allocations and making allocations transactions and transfers. This specific comment is requesting that a fish online program be used to carry out allocation transfers and track current allocations. And a system like this could potentially improve the administrative efficiencies. So the issue here is that if you want to move pounds of tilefish on a short notice, it can be a problem because there is only one individual that is handling the allocation transfers, the monitoring the how much tilefish have been landed under each one allocation and so on. So if you're trying to do this, a transfer outside business hours or on weekends, this could be a problem. And I will talk a little bit more about this later. Another comment indicated that there is a need to improve the fishery independent data collection. Relying on fishery dependent data for stock assessment purposes is not ideal. And this was a comment that was made for both blue line tilefish and golden tilefish as well. Another comment indicated that the program review specifically did not highlight the marketing and distribution efforts being conducted by Viking Village in Barnet Line, New Jersey. Viking Village has endeavored to introduce and distribute golden tilefish in many parts of the country, but this specific individual indicated that that was not stated in the report. The first two bullets here are specific comments regarding blue line tilefish, but stock assessment and closures in the fishery. So, but the third one, kind of, even though it's a blue line tilefish comment, it kind of connects a little bit with the golden tilefish fishery. And basically, this commenter indicated that there is a need to revisit the blue line commercial recreational allocation of the commercial recreational quota because the commercial allocation is too low. And if you were to increase that commercial allocation, that will help fishermen that cannot enter the golden tilefish IFQ fishery. And as you remember, the allocation is 73.27% right now for blue line tilefish. So after I put all this comments together and summarize things, we had an oversight team meeting to consider not only the findings of the report, but also the public comment. And the oversight team identified issues and potential actions for the council to consider. And obviously, you can take any or all of these issues. And the only thing that staff recommends is that we're tasked to follow up on best ways to address prior to 2025 implementation plan discussion, if there is anything specific that we need to address that the council wants to address. So there were 4 issues that were identified by the oversight team. And the first one is the Garfo's Fish Online web portal. So currently, the way you transfer allocation, you have to use a paper form that is submitted to the service to be processed. And as I indicated before, there is only one NOAA fisheries employee that is dedicated to oversight the quota applications, allocation tracking, and allocation transfers. So if you want to make a quick transfer, sometimes that can be difficult, especially, as I said before, if you do it after hours, weekends, holidays, and things like that, or the person that is supposed to be doing that is out of the office. So this is not really a widespread issue. In reality, there are just handfuls of allocations that are transferred on a yearly basis. I think that in 2021, there were just 6 allocations that were leased, that were transferred from one entity to another. And so again, it's not a widespread problem, but some people have been impacted by this in the past. So an electronic systems such as fish on line could potentially increase efficiencies. We talk about this at the oversight team level. Actually, there is already a system that is used for transfers of scallops, IFQ. So the system is there. Perhaps something can be done with that system to include golden tilefish. I'm not sure, but the potential action here that was described by the oversight team is that the council could encourage NOAA fisheries to evaluate the possibility of expanding the use of the Fish Online web portal to track golden tilefish, IFQ allocations, transfers, and so on. The second issue that we talked about was barriers to new entry. We had a long discussion about the golden tilefish program IFQ system that we have right now. Actually, that has very few shared transferability rules. It's very easy to transfer. There are no limitations to any of that. And in theory, it allows for entry of new entities into the fishery if they wish to either buy IFQ or lease IFQ shares. However, as the IFQ shares become more valuable because golden tilefish prices are increasing and so on, and other fishing portfolios become less valuable, it is increasingly harder for some people to enter the IFQ fishery. We also talk about the imbalance between the quota caught in New York versus New Jersey. We specifically talk about when the amendment was first implemented, the council had I think that like 20 permutations of different allocations that were considered for this fishery. And it just happens to be that the one that was chosen by the council at that time is the one that we still have. We also talk about one of the comments that was provided in one of the by one of the people that provided comments and regarding the system to allow young fishermen to get in as participants age out. And to be honest, we didn't have any specific ways to address this. So no ideas came out of this second bullet here. Other participants indicated that the current system is working well. The system has made the fishery stable, and you see an increase in excess of price stability, and product supply. And these are all things that were highlighted in the report that was recently conducted. So from that perspective, the fishery is working quite well. We also talk about the findings of the program review, where it is stated that the goals and objectives of the FMP are being met, and basically that the system has reduced overcapitalization and latent effort into the commercial fishery. So those are two things that the council put in the amendment as goals and objective, and the review program indicated that those are being met. So the potential action here identified by the oversight team is that the council could consider what the specific impediments are to entry into the fishery, and consider how changes to the IFQ program itself or other programs could support new entrants entering the fishery. The next issue that we talked about was data confidentiality, the rule of three. This was an issue that, not an issue, but something that was stated in the review, in the program review report. And more specifically, this is a relatively small fishery, so the small size of the fishery increasingly results in constrained data displays to prevent exposure of confidential data for some of the metrics that are used to see things like concentration and things along that line. So the potential action that the oversight team identified here is that the council could recommend alternative metrics and indicators, including socioeconomic data, to be developed for evaluating changes and assessing the health of the fishery. And the last point here that was addressed by the oversight team. This is number 4. In your memo, I made a mistake and I put number 5, but this is the last issue. There is nothing missing in the memo. The oversight team discussed the benefits of the council hiring a contractor to conduct the program review. Overall, the oversight team thought that hiring a contractor was beneficial given the savings in staff time and effort, and the ability of the contractor to efficiently conduct interview and surveys of the public. So when we did the first report, we didn't really go out and that was done in-house. We didn't go out and interview or survey the public. So this was a very nice addition that was done with this report. So we're very happy that was done. And actually they went up and down the coast interviewing not only people that are currently participating in the fishery, but also people that have exited the fishery and so on. So it was a nice job that they did. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I could address them now.
Thank you, Jose. Any questions? Any comments? Michelle DeVoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe just a question for Mr. Pentony. Is there, given that Fish Online is being used for other transfers, would it, what would it take to basically implement use of that as a tool for just increasing the efficiency of the few IFQ transfers that do occur?
I don't have a specific estimate of the time or cost, but it's something we could look into, and if council's interested, we could probably put something together and let the council know. And then, of course, we'd have to put that in the queue against all the other things we want to do.
Peter Hughes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So I was on the same thought train as Michelle was with trying to get it on Fish Online. If there's a motion that's needed, I mean, Jose in his presentation gives us a kind of a motion to request that from them. So, when you'd like that, I can put that forward or whenever you want.
Jose.
I don't think that a motion is needed unless you want to do it. But I had some initial discussions with some of the Garfo staff. We said that this can be hopefully, at least initially, look into this working at the staff level. Now, if you want, we could write a letter saying that the council is requesting this because they have priorities and they have a lot of work at Garfo. So I don't know if a letter will kind of raise this to another level, but we didn't think that it was necessary to write a motion, but it's up to you.
Yes.
You want a motion? Okay. So then, right out of the presentation, I make a motion to write a letter to NOAA Fisheries, encouraging them to evaluate the possibility of expanding the use of Fish Online web portal to track golden tilefish IFQ allocation transfers and track current allocations to assist with quota and program management. And that's page 12, Stephen, of his presentation. You could probably pull that out of. You got it, Mary? Oh, thanks.
Mary's taking care of it.
Gotcha.
Okay, we have a motion that they're finishing typing up, and second by Dan Farnham. Is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any objection to the motion? Any abstentions to the motion? One abstention. Motion passes with one extension. I think, Jose, do you have another motion that we can also put up?
Well, we do, Mary is going to bring that up.
We have the motion for everyone to see. We also need someone to make the motion and to second it. Okay, Mike Luisi. Do I have a second? Second, Joe Grist. Go ahead, Mike, if you'd like to read it into the minutes.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Move to submit the Golden Tilefish IFQ program 12-year review package to the National Marine Fisheries Service.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Any comments on the motion? Laurie Nolan?
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hello to everyone. I didn't know if you were giving the public an opportunity to vote, to speak on the first motion that went through before the vote, and it didn't look like you went out to the public, so I didn't raise my hand. I sort of raised it now just to see if the public can weigh in before the vote. But the bottom motion has already gone through, and that was really where my comment was.
You can still make a comment if you'd like.
On the first motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would suspect that if we're going to incorporate more methods of reporting for transfers and what have you, that this is a cost recovery fishery. So anything that gets added in or added to, I would assume is going to cause further financial burden to the industry. And I just want everyone to realize that that's really who's paying for all this monitoring is the industry. So I would just, you know, when evaluating this, I hope that is brought to the table too. And that when I read the letter, I don't really see that the individual is saying they have experienced impact, but more of like a suggestion that maybe this could help things because NOAA isn't always available. And I know it sounds like it's all a paper trail, but it's all done through email and quickly now. So I just wanted to raise the issue of the industry is paying for all this monitoring. So I hope if it's super expensive, we might weigh out how many people really need it and how many people it actually impacted before we implement something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurie. Any more discussion on the motion that we have on the table? Are there any objections to the motion? Any abstentions to the motion? Motion passes with one abstention. Jose, do you have anything else?
No, sir.
All right, with that, thank you very much. We are a little ahead of schedule, which is not always a bad thing. Let's, if Kristen Blackheart, I hope you're online, if you're ready with the Golden Tilefish Assessment Overview. Are you here, Kristen?
She said that she was gonna be on at 2 o'clock. I could try to text her.
Aaron, are you on? Are you possible to give your presentation a little bit early?
This is Julia. I can reach out to him. There's two presenters, Aaron and Nate, over email if needed. I'm not sure if they're available this early, but I can check.
Yeah, I see Aaron on the webinar. Jose, can you try and reach out to Kristen, please?
I just sent Paul Nitschke a text, and he's in the same building, so.
All right, let's take about a 5-minute break and we'll come back at about 1:32 and see what we have going on then.
You want a pretzel? It's on the floor. Right here.
Paul Nishke said that she's calling in now.
Okay. All right, welcome back, everyone. Kristen, are you on the line now?
I am.
Thank you for showing up early. We're now going to do the Golden Tilefish Assessment Overview. Kristen Blackheart with National Marine Fisheries Science Center, Population Dynamic Branch Chief, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and dive on in, and thank you everybody for being here. Next slide, please. So I will be presenting a summary of the Golden Tilefish Research Track Assessment that was recently completed. The goal of this research track assessment was to develop the assessment and projection methodology that will be used in subsequent management track assessments. The next management track assessment for tilefish is scheduled for this June. As you are probably familiar with, there are 8 generic terms of reference that are used for species-specific research track assessments, ranging from ecosystem considerations to model development and backup assessment approaches. The working group for golden tilefish did not add any additional terms of reference, so it's just these, the 8 generic ones that you see listed here. And I'd like to note that while there is a term of reference to define status determination criteria for stocks in research tracks, there is not one to actually define, to determine stock status, and this is generally not included in research track assessments. Next slide, please. So it takes a lot of people to complete a research track assessment, and the assessment for golden tilefish was no exception. You'll note that my name is not on this list of contributors. I'm here to present this work on behalf of those whose hard work actually went into completing it. Contributors to this assessment included individuals from both the Northeast and Southeast Fisheries Science Centers, the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council, and also industry partners who were really important to provide a wide range of perspectives and expertise for this particular assessment. Next slide, please. The schedule for this research track went from October of 2022 through February of 2024. There were 10 public working group meetings. Stakeholder input was invited at most of those meetings. And as I mentioned, our industry partners contributed in pretty big ways, in particular to socioeconomic input for term of reference 1 and discussions related to the CPUE index, recreational angler effort, and the study fleet. The working group proceeded with consensus decision-making for this process, and there were a total of 14 working papers that were developed for this project. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background about the golden tilefish. It's this big-headed oddity that you see on the slide here. The species is viewed as a single stock from North Carolina through Georges Bank. It is a long-lived, non-migratory demersal species. It exhibits sexual dimorphic growth where males are larger than the females. They like to live in submarine canyons near the shelf break, depths of 80 to over 400 meters, so they can be found quite deep. And one of their peculiarities is that they like to dig these burrows, which makes them really difficult to survey. And they also have this narrow temperature preference, which makes aging quite challenging for the species. They recruit to the fishery at about age 4 and mature at about age 5. Next slide, please. So in the previous assessment, the most recent assessment was in 2021 via the management track that used a model in ASAP with a terminal year of 2020. The reference points are, as you see on the slide here. The stock status at that time was not overfished and overfishing not occurring. And I'll just note that the ASAP model that has been in use was actually developed and reviewed in the SARC 58 benchmark assessment back in 2014. So it's been in place for about 10 years at this point. Next slide, please. So just to highlight some of the top achievements of this research track for tilefish, it transitioned the assessment from ASAP to WAM, which is a big achievement, a big priority for stocks in the Northeast region. It really kind of has been leading investigations into the use of WAM for data limited applications. WAM to date has been used for, I think the count is 10 now, management applications for stocks in the Northeast, but those are all pretty data rich stocks. So this was kind of a new application, and Paul did a tremendous amount of work in that area. And there was some really impressive work that was done with industry and other partners to investigate new indices for the assessment. We'll get into more details there, but they developed new recreational catch time series, discard time series for directed and non-directed fisheries. And then also put a lot of work into looking into available resources of abundance information. And then another top achievement is producing an ecosystem and socioeconomic profile for tilefish to evaluate ecosystem indicators and develop this framework for further investigations on ecosystem and environmental information for the species. Next slide, please. So now we're going to kind of move into diving into the details for stepping through each term of reference, starting with term of reference 1, which deals with ecosystem and climate. Work under this tour really kind of aimed to develop a suite of environmental indicators to better understand the geographical distribution and potential drivers of recruitment. As I mentioned, the work under this term of reference was really kind of focused on developing an ecosystem and socioeconomic profile, or ESP, for the species. As we talked about a little bit earlier, this stock of golden tilefish is really kind of data limited and remains poorly sampled by fishery independent surveys. And so work under this tour was undertaken with the goal of utilizing new and underexplored data streams to analyze quantitative ecosystem indicators. The peer review panel agreed that this tour was fully met, noted that significant progress has been made in the identification of pertinent ecosystem and climate variables that influence the stock, and we're really kind of excited about the use of ESPs. Next slide, please. So one of the things that the subgroup for ecosystem and climate did was they developed a conceptual model for golden tilefish. And what this does is it characterizes the stock's habitat and distribution, phenology, age, length, and growth, energetics, diet, predators and competitors. So just kind of everything that goes into affecting the tilefish at each stage of its life history. Next slide, please. And then again, as part of the ESP development, ecosystem indicators were analyzed against an incidental CPUE index and a modeled recruitment index. And that kind of gets at which of these ecosystem indicators are influencing the stock and what direction the trend is. And so, what they found was that bottom temperature and salinity preferences across life states were consistent with what was found in the literature. Indicators of habitat condition and food availability were highly correlated with the presence of larvae and recruitment age fish. And physical oceanographic indicators may have complex influences on early life stages and fish recruiting to the fishery. Next slide, please. So the next step was that they did generalized additive modeling to look for variables with significant relationships to the CPUE. And I'm not going to get into the details of how they did this. But again, what they found here is that the bottom temperature and salinity were consistent with what had been found in previous studies. The lower shelf water or less cold water and greater microplankton abundance were associated with higher CPUE at the time of recruitment. Smaller sediment size was associated with increased CPUE at age 4. And they also found that tilefish were less likely to be caught when the Gulf Stream is in a southerly position. And that again was consistent with previous studies. Next slide, please. So they also wanted to see what the predictive ability of these GAMs were. And I'm not going to get in again. There's some mathy stuff here, but what they found was that it was showing a fairly good predictive ability. So the results that I talked about on the previous slide are fairly meaningful. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving on to term of reference 2 for catch. The peer review panel agreed that this term of reference was fully met. The high level results here. Most commercial landings are taken by the directed longline fishery. Some important details. This fishery is managed under an IFQ. The top 4 permits hold 80% of those. The total allowable landings since 2021 have been about 800 tons based on the last assessment. And then top achievement here, working group developed a new recreational catch time series. Those recreational landings are estimated to be only about 3% of total removals, but this is a pretty big achievement to be able to estimate the recreational catch for this species. Next slide, please. And so this is just a summary of the commercial landings. As you can see, it has been pretty consistent over time, both the quota and the landings. This is pretty unusual for a fishery, but this is what it looks like, both the total landings and where those landings are coming from. Next slide, please. Discards in the directed and incidental fisheries are considered low and have not historically been estimated as part of the removals in past assessments. The FMP has a 300 to 500 pound trip limit to allow for incidental landings outside of the IFQ directed fishery. Median discards are from the past 8 years and slightly higher in the non-longline fisheries. But most longline discards are from the directed IFQ tilefish fishery, representing really just small amounts of unmarketable fish. And moving forward, the catch accounting and monitoring system, or CAMS, will be estimating discards for all individual trips. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving on to recreational catch. Tilefish is referred to as a rare event species because there is a low likelihood of access point intercept survey used to collect catch per trip data, intercepting trips directing on tilefish. So what the result of that is that resulting angler catches are generally not estimated very precisely in MRIP data. And there are really kind of sporadic estimates in the survey and high PSEs. So what the working group did was investigate various recreational data sources to develop this new recreational catch time series for tilefish. Those data sources that they looked at were the vessel trip report, party and charter time series from the mid-1990s and private since 2020. They indicated a very low discard rate of about 7 fish per year. They also looked at the large pelagic survey, which does not sample party and charter boats and is technically not designed to provide estimates of non-HMS catch rates, and also looked at this, this thesis study from 1986 by Steve Turner that developed a recreational time series. And so those were combined to develop a best estimate of recreational catches. Okay. Moving on to survey data. Next slide, please. No, you're good. So as I mentioned, tilefish are considered data poor, and really the issue with tilefish is that they are poorly sampled by recreational surveys that that burrowing behavior of them and their deep distribution just really puts them beyond the reach of conventional fishery independent survey methods. So there is just no fishery independent index of abundance available, and finding additional data sources is really important to be able to better understand trends in abundance. So what the working group did under this term of reference was analyze longline effort data, the trawl study fleet and observer data, and some longline survey data from a few recent pilot implementations. And so the peer review panel agreed that this term of reference was fully met. Let's get into some details here. Next slide, please. So looking at commercial LPUE, the working group looked at the Northeast Fishery Science Center Wayout and VTR LPUE series, standardized using a GLM with year and vessel effects. And so here they re-examined the month and crew size effects, but did not find a large influence. And so they moved forward and developed a method to transition the VTR LPUE index to an LPUE index that was based on the catch accounting and monitoring system, with that transition based in 2010. Next slide. Moving on to the longline study fleet. The approach to develop an LPUE index from the vessel trip report data is to use a simple days absent minus 1 day steam time due to data limitations, mainly because the data is not collected on a haul level. But questions remain if a finer haul basis could improve that LPUE index. So basically, the working group was gifted a pretty magnificent data set from a study fleet vessel in the IFQ fleet. This was a single vessel, but they had been collecting haul level data since 2010. Shout out to Captain Frank Green for collecting that data and giving us permission to use that and show that data to move this forward. So what the working group found was that soak time was not a candidate for effort metric, as it seemed to have a weaker relationship with catch. Depth and bycatch could maybe be used to help with explaining some of the variability in CPUE. And days fished could be used as an alternate effort metric based on the number of hooks or miles. Okay, next slide, please. So looking at trawl gear CPUE, tilefish are incidentally caught in trawl gear in the Northeast region. This is common knowledge, but there have really been limited explorations of these data to see if they could be useful in understanding abundance patterns. So the working group examined high resolution hull level trawl gear study fleet and observer data from the year 2000 and later to develop a CPUE index and compare it with existing indices for tilefish. The data were analyzed using generalized additive model frameworks to fit standardizations allowing for a spatial component, a limited number of covariates, and a variety of error distributions. And then comparing those GAM CPUEs against other time series, we see that there are a similar number of peaks, but the peaks are offset. And so that offset means that the GAM trawl CPUE series is lagging the longline LPUE series by about 2 years, while the recruitment time series is lagging the trawl CPUE by about 3 years. And what that means is that it's really indicating that the trawl CPUE is tracking fish around age 4. And so those results suggest that there may be some value in using these data to understand the abundance of fish that are slightly smaller than those captured in the targeted fishery and smaller than what's being caught in the longline LPUE index. Next slide, please. Okay, and so I mentioned that they also looked at the Tilefish longline survey. So the goals of this survey are to standardize effort, investigate year class strength, and really kind of dig into this domed selectivity issue that has been longstanding in the assessment. There was a pilot survey that was conducted in 2017, and then a survey that was done in 2020 with design modifications. And so that has provided some important information. And if that continues, we'll continue to provide additional information to inform this assessment moving forward. Next slide, please. So the results of that survey, there was a hook size selectivity comparison, and to a lesser extent, the spatial and depth refuge effects are consistent with a dome-shaped selectivity pattern. The degree of doming remains more elusive since a flat top selectivity assumption may not be justified in the survey. So I think the take-home message is that doming is probably justified. We still don't have an answer as to how much. And so some more information would be helpful to fully tease this issue apart. Next slide, please. Okay. Term of reference 4 on model development. The goal here was to advance the assessment model from ASAP, or the Age Structured Assessment Program, to the more recently developed state space modeling framework called Woods Hole Assessment Program. That's a big priority at the Northeast Fisheries Science Center, and really could allow for additional exploration of environmental ecosystem impacts or effects on this species. So the working group developed multiple WAM models as candidates to investigate potential configurations for tilefish. The bridge run here gave similar results to the ASAP model, with only random effects on recruitment in WAM and some other minor model configuration changes. However, the working group struggled with modeling trade-offs from the influences of random effects. Again, this was kind of one of the earlier applications of WAM to a data poor stock. And so as the working group worked through this, they found some challenges that were not fully anticipated. The peer review panel kind of had some mixed feelings on this. They felt that this term of reference was partially met, and that the model configuration for tilefish requires some additional exploration to investigate trade-offs between model diagnostics and biological plausibility. So that will be done in between now and the management track in June. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit more about some of those model challenges. As I mentioned, the use of WAM for data limited stocks remains largely untested And what the working group found was that those model results were quite sensitive to the inclusion of random effects. Some studies have suggested that overfitting with state space models may be a concern when data density is relatively low. As the working group was moving forward with model development, the NRCC assessment working group recommended that the research track working group move forward with model fitting using the data from the previous management track to help focus on model development. So there were kind of two components of this research track. There was development of these new data time series, and then there was development of the new modeling platform. The plan is that those will be combined for the management track, but as part of the research track, those were two separate components. So all of the data that was included for the model fitting was as was used for the last management track with a terminal year of 2020. And just a reminder that that was the first assessment for Tilefish to use production aging. So that was included. Next slide, please. So the modeling results, the working group was uncomfortable with the underlying sensitivity of the results, even though there was this peculiarity in the results that they were finding. The diagnostics were okay, and they were relatively improved the more random effects that they added to the model. But there were these trade-offs of you would get better random or better diagnostics, but kind of more questionable results. And so trying to balance diagnostics with biological plausibility was a real challenge when working through the model development. And so trying to look at the history of the fishery and the management and do that gut check on the model outputs was a big challenge for the working group as they worked through this. So, you know, the perception from industry for this stock is that fishing has improved, that there are increases in biomass that have occurred since management was implemented in 2001. And trying to match that perception with some of what the models were telling the working group didn't quite comport. So again, the model results were quite sensitive to adding the random effects, in particular to the numbers at age. And so that is an issue that Paul will continue to dig into as he finalizes things for the management track. This issue of the dome selectivity is also an issue that continues to confound adding additional random effects to the model results, not only in relative improvements to the model diagnostics, but it also kind of estimates a flattening of the selectivity curve. So what it does is it reduces the cryptic biomass in that 10 plus age group by estimating larger reductions in biomass since the development of the directed longline fishery in 1970s. But it does that through relatively lower rebuilding of the stock since inception of management in 2001. So it's kind of this trade-off of, do we really believe that that's what's happening? Another detail to be aware of with this is that results among the WAM models suggest that there is considerable uncertainty in the selectivity and stock status. A single model likely doesn't capture the true uncertainty in the assessment. And so the sensitivity of the results to random effects is useful for showing the overall uncertainty in the assessment. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving on to the next term of reference, dealing with status determination criteria. The base model is this ASAP-like WAM model with limited random effects that was used to determine biological reference points and status determination criteria. Recruitment is based on the entire time series minus the last 2 years, while the other values are a 10-year average from 2011 to 2020. So everything pretty standard here. Next slide, please. And term of reference 6 deals with projections. Projections are integrated within the WAM model. The base model increases in catch under F40 and predicts includes relatively strong year classes at the end of the time series, which really kind of becomes a fishing down exercise to SSB 40. There is additional uncertainty in the Tilefish projections due to a lack of data to inform the year class strength at the end of the time series. So this in particular was an area where the review panel thought that looking at the full range of uncertainty would be particularly useful. Next slide, please. So looking at the research recommendations, the majority of the current and historical research recommendations for the stock were addressed by the research track working group. There were also several new research recommendations that were provided. One of those was collection of link samples on party and charter trips. Also to kind of further dig in on this issue of WAM performance for data limited stocks and doing that through simulation testing. And then I'll also note here that there were a number of ecosystem related recommendations that were put forth in working paper 1. Those were compiled by the ecosystem subgroup, but the entire working group did not have a chance to review those. Next slide, please. The research track review panel also put forth a number of research recommendations. I'm not going to go through all of these, but I would like to focus on these 4 that are focused on the ones that are necessary for the management track that's happening in a few months. So the top one here, incorporation of more recent data. So that is basically updating that data with the terminal year of 2020 to a terminal year of 2023. Focusing on developing an assessment model that produces stable results with both acceptable diagnostics and good rates of convergence. So that is dealing with that idea of continuing to noodle with the base configuration as needed once the data on all removals are incorporated. And then additional sensitivity analyses, and that's just looking at that full range of uncertainty. Next slide, please. And then, yeah, there were some additional short-term, medium-term, and long-term recommendations that were put forth by the review panel. Next slide. Not going to go through all of these. Next slide, please. And next slide. And then the final term of reference deals with a backup assessment approach. The working group had discussed the use of other data limited approaches for estimating sustainable yield. You know, they kind of talked about depletion corrected average catch or depletion based stock reduction analysis. In the end, they didn't pursue these because those approaches heavily rely on assumptions needed to run models. And they can lead to severe retrospective errors in statistical catch at age models. So, you know, they looked at a range of approaches. None of those seemed appropriate for tilefish. In addition, many data limited methods have been found to not outperform a retrospective adjusted catch at age model over the long term. So really continuing to do something similar to what is currently being done has been shown to be the best approach. So what the working group recommended was that if the WAM model put forward does not pass review, the plan B would be a simpler WAM configuration, just kind of pulling out the random effects and using an ASAP-like configuration within WAM. If all else fails, plan C would be sort of a constant catch approach based on historical fishery performance. I will note that there was some dissension from the review panel with those plans. The review panel suggested reverting back to ASAP as a plan B. We do not agree with that suggestion. Couple of reasons. One, there is a big push to implement in WAM whenever possible. ASAP will be retired at some point, and so if there's an opportunity to move to WAM, we would like to take it. The other issue with tilefish specifically is that if something can't be implemented in WAM with an ASAP-like configuration, it's likely not to work in ASAP either. And so we think our backup approach is justified and the best available. Next slide. So next steps for this assessment. April 4th was the assessment oversight panel that happened last week. There is a plan for developing the management track, for reviewing the management track. Paul has his hands quite full for preparing the management track assessment, but he has a team around him to support that work. The week of June 24th will be the management track assessment review panel. And then moving forward from there will be to continue to address the research recommendations and implement incremental improvements via the management track. Next slide. So that is what I have for you. I feel like I have been talking at you all very rapidly for a long time. So I would like to invite questions if there are any.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Do we have any questions? Michelle Duval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just here to keep y'all awake. So the one question I had was, I noticed that the review panel, with respect to the term of reference 1 and the ecosystem and socioeconomic profile, noted that the the findings of that term of reference were not incorporated into the model and sort of questioned when they might be. And I was wondering if you might be able to just speak to that a little bit more.
Yeah, so, ESPs are a great way to vet indicators and see if an indicator is ready for use in a model. In this case, there wasn't anything that was quite ripe for utilization in the assessment model, but I'll note that that is quite a high bar to pass, and that is not the only potential use of ecosystem indicators. And ESPs can also be a great way to bring forth indicators that might be used in other parts of the science assessment management process. And so it would behoove all of us to think about alternative uses of those indicators in terms of perhaps informing discussions on uncertainty or catch setting, because just because it might not be quite to the level of including directly in a stock assessment model doesn't mean that it's not informative in other ways.
Any more? Eric Reed?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. First, I'd like to commend the working group participants. I think they did a really good job. And it's also nice to hear that the industry was able to contribute to that effort as well. So I commend them for their work. My question is about the survey data. There was a survey that was conducted and completed in 2023. And I'm not sure where or when that data is going to be put into play. So maybe you could help me with that, please.
So if Paul is on the line, I'm going to phone a friend here because I'm not entirely sure which survey you're referring to.
Jose?
I think that you're referring to the Longfin survey that has been conducted in recent years. If you remember, there was a pilot tilefish survey that was for both for blue line and golden tilefish back in 2017. We then had another survey in 2020. So those two surveys, the results from those surveys were used in one of the working group papers just to see what the catchability was with the different hook size and things like that, but were not directly included into the assessment. More recently, there was another survey that we just received the results a few weeks back. That was the 2023 survey. And we're planning to conduct another survey in 2025. So by my count, that will be 4 surveys. We have talked internally about this with the stock assessment experts, and we think that we'll probably need at the very least 5 years, 6 years will be better, 7 years will be much, much better of data before that can be included into an assessment modeling. So at the very least, we'll need five years of data. And I assume that could be, once we have that information, that can be folded into future assessment work.
Thank you, Jose.
Or Chris Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, and thanks, Kristen, for the presentation. One of the things that struck me is in one of the recommendations, I can't remember who it was from, it's probably the scientific review group. They said it'd be really good to do a research study on hook size selectivity. And it's a little fuzzy, but I thought we did a study on hook size selectivity before. You know anything about that, Kristen? And if not, maybe Jose can help us with that.
Yeah, so there was some hook size work that was done in the long line survey work. I believe that there remain some open questions about that. And so it's this issue of the dome selectivity and trying to tease apart just how much of a dome is appropriate. And my understanding, and maybe Jose might want to add to this, is that some additional hook size work could help continue to tease apart that question. But you're correct that some of that hook size work has been done already.
Jose?
I kind of missed that because I don't remember that as a research recommendation, the hook size selectivity. So I don't remember the exact phrasing of that. I don't know, remember which slide that was in, but yeah, we have done that work. As indicated, there is still this question about the shape of that doming shape. And one of the things is like when you look at the raw data that went into the assessment, you had a lot of 10+ year fish that were in Turner's stock assessment, dissertation. And recently we don't see those landings. So the 10+ fish are kind of absent from the data. And one of the things I remember, one of the discussions is that potentially will be good to do some type of targeted survey to see if those large animals can be found. We know that they're there. They're just not being collected with the surveys that we're conducting right now, the random design surveys. And even though the fishery, the commercial fishery, they're landing extra large fish, 25+ a pound fish, you still don't see a lot of those large fish like they have been seen in the 80s, early late 70s, mid 80s or so. So I don't know if that's what you're talking about, Chris, but I don't remember a specific recommendation for further hook size selectivity analysis. I think that I missed that.
Chris?
So thanks, Kristen, and thanks, Jose. It was on the slide in the presentation that Kristen just gave relative to that hook study. But the other thing too, I think in terms of Eric's question relative to the other survey that we've talked about, the 2023 results are not available yet, right? We haven't seen those, or have we? I can't remember.
We just received those results a few weeks back. Brandon has made plans to present that information to the SSC at the May meeting. I believe that's when the next meeting is. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more comments? Michelle DeVoe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the last one, and this, it might be a question for Jose, but the recommendation with regard to collecting length samples on party charter trips, have you all talked about an avenue for doing that? I mean, I'm just thinking about the work that's already underway that, Hannah and others have been leading in terms of, private recreational reporting of tilefish. I don't know if there's an avenue in there to incorporate something like this, or if there's I was going to say, I recall there's a pilot recreational study fleet that was jump-started, but Chair Bede's little bombshell earlier today sort of makes me pause on something like that. But again, just curious if there's a way that we can implement that.
Actually, we have had discussions internally at the staff level regarding this issue. Chris Moore, he's aware of all this potential collection avenues that we might be able to implement. One of them is we thought about a potential proposal to collect just length samples from party charter vessels. Could be something that is could be done relatively easily. I forget how many samples we said, but perhaps about, between 700 or so samples, something along that line will be good. And the reason that information is important is because we don't really know the size of those animals. Right now, the recreational data that was developed, we're using numbers of fish, and then we're multiplying that by the average weight of a commercial fish that has been landed. So we just need that information. We, as the working group, we made an effort to reach out to different party and charter boat captains. I remember just getting answers from 2 specific individuals. We also had a kind of very nice information that was provided by Mr. Fred Akers, that he collects information on the size, the weight, the sex of all the tilefish that he catches, and it was beautiful. But we couldn't use that. We need a larger sample at this point to be able to do this correctly. So I'm very happy that that's one research recommendation that was included by the working group, because I think that is important. So we're working on that.
Any further comments? Seeing none, thank you very much, Kristen. Thank you, Jose.
Thank you.
Let's move on to our next.
Mr. Chairman, can the public comment on that? I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead, Lori.
Okay. Sorry. I just had a couple questions for Kristen also. I mean, you start with the working group, and they were charged, to complete their task, and they did. I mean, I participated in the working group meetings, and it was hard. It was frustrating. It's data poor. It's difficult to move forward and make a choice. But at the end of the day, the working group did give a path and a recommendation on moving forward in completing this stock assessment process. Then all that work gets handed over to the peer review group. And I sat in Woods Hole for a couple days and thought we were moving forward, thought things were going great. And then the door closes so that the peer review group can write their papers and go through the tours and make their comments. But what Kristen just presented to us from the peer review group is lacking direction. I mean, they've kind of left things in limbo, while at the same time, we have a timeline to complete these tasks in order to get to June, to do the management track. And now it's kind of like Paul Nitschke is sort of sitting in limbo, not knowing which direction to go in, because the peer review group, while they didn't reject anything, they didn't point to something specifically to date that's within the data to move forward with. And I get, they want him to do this, or they want this done or that done, but we're on this timeline that doesn't really allow for a lot of creativity at this point. So I'm just curious how you move forward at this point. Do we, because the working group gave us specific direction, do we go back to them and use that advice to move forward to then present to the SSC? Where do we go from here? I'm confused, and I'm just wondering if there's anything written in hard print here on how we're moving forward, because like I say, I feel like we're in limbo right now.
Hi, Lori. Thank you for sharing your perspective. And I will say that I empathize, I sympathize. There are definitely some lessons to be learned from the entire process. We internally at the center, we've had we've had some meetings with Paul to plan a path forward. And he has a lot of work cut out for him. But given that there was not distinct guidance put in front of him, it's made it more challenging than we hoped it would be. Our plan is to continue with the recommendation of the working group and incorporate the recommendation of the panel as needed based on the inclusion of the additional data. So the working group made a recommendation for a base model that will be the base model with additional exploration as needed to optimize model performance. You know, he still has a lot of work to do in terms of adding in those new time series, updating the data. And so as he moves forward with that, things might look a little bit different. And it's entirely possible that doing some of the work that the review panel requested makes sense. I am not sure that just ad nauseum model exploration at this point is feasible or practical. Does that help, Lori?
It does. I mean, I feel like we're treading on new waters, sort of. You know, I mean, I don't know what the SSC's reaction to all of this is going to be, because it's not black and white. This isn't necessarily your standard or average handing over to the SSC. So I just hope everybody's in the loop and understands that, you know, in between the transition of ASAP to WAM, we got a data poor stock, like all these conditions and all these things are making this different perhaps than average, or maybe a lot of stocks are having these types of issues when transitioning from their model to WAM. I'm not following a lot of stocks, so I don't know. But, you know, I appreciate your answer for sure. And, you know, I'm just sorry that the working group, that the peer review group in Woods Hole, when that went down, didn't come up with better direction just to keep things more on track and more similar to what everyone's used to getting from them. And it's put a lot at a disadvantage. And the stock's doing great, things are good, but you know, we're sitting here with these issues, and I wish they weren't such issues. But thanks so much for your time and your answer, Kristen.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Lori. With that, thank you very much, Kristen. Let's move on to our next agenda item. Impacts of offshore wind energy construction sounds on behavior of longfin squid and black sea bass. Aaron Mooney and Nate Formel, I believe you're on the line.
Yep. Can you hear us?
Yes, you sound great.
All right.
Also
great.
here.
Cool. All right. Yep. My name is Aaron Mooney. Thanks for inviting us out, guys. So we just jump right into this, Stephen. You ready to go?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, we'll go for it. So my lab at Woods Hole has been studying the sound sensitivity and noise impacts on squid and other invertebrates and other taxa for the last 10 to 15 years. And obviously the recent emphasis has been on potential wind farm construction noise impacts. So today's talk is going to focus on some of our recently published work that's been mostly aquaria-based, laboratory-based, in very controlled settings, so we can understand sort of the settings and the acoustics very well. But I'll give you a bit of a teaser on our field-based work at the end of that. And then we'll transition over to, that'll be about the first 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll transition over to Nate, who's in my lab, and he'll talk about some of our black sea bass work. So you can go to the next slide. So as you all know, squid are this very abundant, economically and ecologically important taxa. The picture in the middle there kind of shows what I think they like to think is a squid-centric view of life, where they're eaten or eaten by nearly every other animal in the ocean. So I have this really central position in marine food webs. And of course, we all know that they have a very high commercial importance. So anywhere between $30 to $50 million on the East Coast has been the Dory to this for the last 10 years or since 2010. The Dory to this on the West Coast is about $100 million a year. We know that they detect, work in my lab has shown that they detect low frequency sounds up to about 1,000 hertz. So that's similar to most fish. Their sound sensitivity is similar to most fish. And so that really overlaps with the sound and the noise that offshore wind would be making in their construction and vessel noise. And so that's sort of the impetus of this project. So next slide, please. And of course, there's a lot of other concerns too, because we know that wind farm lease areas highly overlap that with longfin squid habitat in their fishing ground. So this is just an image of the areas of squid biomass, as well as some of the East Coast wind farm lease areas. And you can go to the next slide. And if we focus in just on the Northeast, you can see that the Mass Rhode Island wind energy areas overlap strongly with Loligo or Dory to this fishing vessel activity. And I have just Block Island Wind Farm there highlighted because that's a bit, obviously that was the first major sort of wind farm in the East Coast in the US. And the recordings that you'll see of the playback studies you'll see in a few minutes, they're using sounds from Block Island Wind Farm. So you can go to the next slide, please. So just a quick summary about pile driving noise. So it's used for construction of docks, oil rigs, and of course, wind turbines. So this noise is very high intensity. It's detected over very long distances, and it's impulsive. So it can be potentially very startling or disruptive to animals. And so we've seen, or other folks have observed, adverse impacts of pile driving noise on a variety of taxa, particularly fishes and marine mammals. They've received most of the emphasis and work. And that can be physiological, physical damage to swim bladders or auditory structures, as well as behavioral responses. So why don't you go ahead and just hit next, and you can hear, hopefully. The sound is a little quiet on my end, but so hopefully you guys can hear it. Or turn up, if you can, Stephen, that would be awesome to turn up the sound. This is just a recording and a video of actually the Steamship Authority here doing pile driving in Woods Hole over the last few years. And so that that piling is like 10 feet across. And of course, wind farms are 10 meters across. So it's can be substantially larger and louder than those signals. So why don't we go to the next slide? So the goal of the first couple studies here, these controlled aquaria laboratory studies, were to look at responses to in different contexts. Put basically the squid in different contexts, look how they respond to pile driving noise. So we're looking at response intensity in swimming and resting individuals. You'll see some responses in feeding individuals, as well as when they're in reproduction and groups. So let's go to the next slide, please. So I'm going to show you a video here. This is an individual squid alarm response. So hopefully the sound is turned up. So if you want, Stephen, if you want, you can restart that real quick. So it should, if you flick back a little bit, it'll give folks a little bit of primer here. So you can see that squid in the middle. The little orange light in the left is going to turn on. Then the sound, and the squid basically immediately starts jetting away from that sound. The speaker is the light blue thing on the bottom there. Let's go to the next. You can see it's pretty agitated. So this is going on basically for 5 minutes. Let's go to the next slide. So if we quantify these behaviors, that's the graph that you see here. And so this is just a summary graph from this paper on the bottom. And so you're looking at basically the proportion of squid essentially with a response to the pile driving. So basically these data points are reflecting basically given types of responses that you see on the right. So it might be inking, jetting, startle, or pattern change. You see the responses, the pile driving is happening in the Block Island Wind Farm, and what we see offshore now currently about every other second. And so but the animal's responses actually diminished relatively quickly over these repeated noise impulses. But the main point here is that they had really strong responses at the start of the noise, and all but one of our squid actually showed these responses. So it's very consistent across our animals. So you can go to the next slide, please. So we also looked at distraction from feeding. So this is a label. You see the squid here, a little killifish over to the right, speaker again, blue on the bottom. And so it's a little hard to hear these sounds in this video here, but when that squid inked and jetted away, that was when basically the sound turned on. And so it's a pretty strong evasive response. And actually the killifish is actually responding there as well. The prey is responding. Let's go to the next slide. So if we quantify these responses, again, a summary graph from the paper that you see below is the number of failed responses on the y-axis, and we're comparing that to control trials and trials that had noise exposure, and the sample sizes are listed at the bottom there. And you can basically see increased number of failed predation attempts if the pile driving basically started when the squid pursuing that prey. So basically, the sound can disrupt basically approaching and capturing potential prey items. So in these first kind of contexts is when the animal's resting or feeding, pretty easy to kind of disrupt animal behavior. Let's go to the next slide. So the last bit here, or the next bit I want to kind of introduce you to is basically just looking at squid reproduction dynamics, right? So Dory 2 is reproduction dynamics. And these are very complex. There's a somewhat simple diagram here, but it's showing the general sequence. But so there's a variety of behaviors you can quantify. What we quantified was actually the fighting behaviors between males that you'll see, mate guarding, so male guarding the female, actual potential disruption of mating events, as well as egg laying, essentially after the animals mated. So let's go to the next slide, please. So again, a little bit of video. You can see we're recording this as a top-down video, but also GoPros to the side. There's that speaker that's going to play sound. So in this case, there's a large male and a small male and a female that the large male is guarding, and then eggs down at the bottom. The eggs are actually kind of ramps up the intensity of the squid behaviors. So it's reflective of the natural setting, but it's also the pheromones in there increase the intensity between the males. And of course, similar to the other experiments, the animals are either getting pile driving noise, as I mentioned, from Block Island Wind Farm, or sound control files. So let's go to the next slide. And so in this case here, we had 30 different trials analyzed, 15 noise, 15 control. And so just step you through, this is pretty similar to what we did in the other studies, but we had 5-minute long audio playback files, so 5-minute long playback files. That was followed by 10 minutes of silence. And then we do that 3 times, essentially. And so we could quantify responses in each of those audio playback periods. One thing to mention is the receive levels in that tank and particle acceleration are relative to amplitudes that are about 0.5 kilometer from pile driving at the Block Island Wind Farm. So there's the receive levels, and these tanks are actually calibrated in 3 dimensions every 10 centimeters, essentially, in particle acceleration. And that's the vibratory stimulus that these squid are responding to. So they're responding to vibratory sound acceleration. So let's go to the next slide. So let's see here. This will kind of be self-explanatory. You see the female, the male, and the egg mop on the bottom. Speakers in the back. You know, tried to grab the female there. She said, no, thank you. So noise actually starts right now. And then, and you can see that they're actually continuing mating. So it's not disrupting this event here. And so they finish with mating now, and then the large male continues to guard that female. And every once in a while, you can see the small male ducking out of view, but it doesn't like to have anything to do with this. All right, so you can go to the next slide. So you're gonna see a couple graphs that are like this, and basically looking at potential differences between the control trials with no sound in white and the noise exposure trials in gray, and the 3 different playback periods on the bottom. So there's 3 different 5-minute playback periods, and looking at, in this case, the time or the proportion of time mate guarding in our control and our noise sessions. And you can see from the video, and you can see from this data here, that there's no significant effect of noise. So no changes here. You can go to the next slide. We also quantified, as I mentioned, the number of chases between males, and again, across the 3 playback periods, comparing the control and the noise, no significant effect of noise. You can go to the next slide. And then looking at the persistence of mating and egg laying. So we actually observed mating in 30% of our trials here, but in all the trials, the mate duration and the egg laying rate, there was no significant difference between the duration of mating and the frequency of egg laying in all these trials between the control and the noise exposure. So again, really no substantial effect from the playback of this pile driving in these mating scenarios. So let's kind of think about, or just kind of put this in context here. So you can go to the next slide. So this is the response intensity graph that you saw earlier, but with some schematics here. So basically what we found is that the response intensity really seems to be context dependent. So we found significant behaviors and very consistent behaviors, essentially alarm responses when the animals are resting or individual squid, somewhat decreased response rates when the animals are feeding, but still significant. But then when you have reproduction, basically context, there's really no response. And so again, this shows you similar to like what you see in other taxa, particularly mammals, for example, where we understand a lot of the behavior pretty well, that responses are context dependent, which kind of makes sense from a biology point of view. But also suggests, like from a management point of view, that pile driving could be scheduled around certain activities that may produce reduce potential effects. Okay, you can go to the next slide, please. And then, of course, just why are they potentially resilient to these reproductive behaviors? Well, as you probably all know, Tortugas have a relatively short lifespan, and so they have limited opportunity to reproduce, that high motivation to reproduce and pass on your genes. And so they basically make that trade-off essentially during the noise exposure to pass on their fitness. Let's go to the next slide. So those controlled laboratory studies were what we kind of did the first couple of years of this project. And so the last few years, actually, we've been actually setting up. We'll show you some videos here, and then Nate will show you some videos with the black sea bass, some actual pile driving off the pier here in Woods Hole. So this is just a schematic of what we set up. So we set up an impact hammer that's hammering in the water, and then cages of squid at different distances away from that pile driving event. And so we're monitoring these animals in a couple different ways. One with cameras, and then also with these little tags, these Fitbits that we've made specifically for the squid. But there's a couple different. We asked a bunch of different questions here. I'm just going to show you the first 3. They're sort of bolded, and then basically, are the responses the same in this field setting as they are in the laboratory setting? So are the results somewhat transferable from the lab? Are the responses that we see potentially energetically costly to the animals? And then a little bit more of a natural setting, does pile driving disrupt schooling behavior? And then we actually did a study also on hearing loss that's been submitted as well for publication, but I'm not going to talk about those results right now. So let's go to the next slide. And this is just an image of what our squid tag looks like. It's a biologging tag that gets kinematics of the animal in very high resolution, so sub-second to daily timescales on these animals. So it's short duration, a day or to a couple days at the most, but very, very high resolution. So we're getting sort of accelerations and magnetometer data at about 100 hertz, 100 times a second. All right, let's go to the next slide. So I measured data from the tag, but also from video, as I mentioned. And so this is basically just looking at a little bit of flow of our experimental design. So actually, from the GoPro, we actually developed a machine learning model to basically track these animals and look at the areas of the schools. So we went through and actually labeled a subset of the videos and got the locations on the squid. We trained this model to basically track these animals in our cages, and then set up basically a 2D convex polygon from the widest sort of points of those schools. And then we could basically track that shoal area or the school area. And then for the noise, it was somewhat similar to the lab, but actually we had pile driving in this case for 15-minute durations. Then there'd be a 15-minute quiet period where we reset up the piling again, and then 15 minutes of pile driving, and then 15 quiet. And we repeat that essentially 5 times throughout an afternoon. You can go to the next slide. So this is a super short video here just to give you a setup here, and this is just the 2 of the nearer cages. You can see the pile driver in the middle. You can go just hit next. Should just quickly play through it. And so those are 2 of the near cages, the pile driving right there at the pier. And then about 50 to 80 meters away, there's other cages as well. Nate will show you some more detail of this setup when we talk about the black sea bass. All right, you can go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Boom. So this is just, again, another view of the schematic here. So a few meters away are our cages of squid, and then about 50 meters away is our other cages of squid at another pier. Go ahead. Next, please. So basically, this just sort of not the best way to show results, but a little bit of our results here. And these are essentially received levels in acceleration, particle acceleration, again, the relevant variable for squid at our near sites and our farther sites. So the near site is equivalent to about 1 kilometer away, 800 meters or 1 kilometer away, at least from what's been measured at the Block Island wind farm. And the far site is relevant sound levels that are about 2 to 3 kilometers away. And you can see at our near site, we had the majority of our squid actually showed behavioral changes to our squid, or to the pile driving, 69%, but at the far site, actually 0% of the squid changed swimming behavior. And the swimming behavior that we're quantifying here with the tag is what you see of those graphs all the way on the bottom. So it's essentially acceleration measured by the tag, and they happen in concert essentially just immediately right after when you strike that piling. So those large sort of yellow, orange, and blues are the acceleration of the animal measured on the tag. All right, let's go to the next slide. So this is a graph similar to what you saw before, right? So looking at percentage of alarm responses per squid shoal, based on the number of strikes that you see. In this case, it's our 5 different sequences, or 5 different 15-minute pile driving sequences. But you can see that, again, the response intensity drops off really quickly within the first 5 to 10 strikes, essentially. And then the animals begin to kind of habituate or stop responding. So very similar to our laboratory data. Let's go to the next slide, please. And when you look at this, you see when we look at what's called overall dynamic body acceleration, or essentially the animal, which is a proxy for the animal's energy usage, you can see that those alarm responses are very energetically costly for these animals compared to what you might see over the entire deployment day. So this is about 12-hour recordings of every squid. You see the number of squid that we tagged there on the bottom. So the alarm responses in themselves are highly energetically costly compared to sort of normal swimming behavior. But if you go to the next slide, please. This graph actually looks at the number of gate disturbances per minute for our near site, basically right during the pile driving, our far site during the pile driving, or control periods. And essentially, what we see is that there's no real difference in these numbers of sort of disturbances during pile driving than what you might see over the course of the day or at the far site. So even though these alarm responses are energetically costly, they're not really any different than what we see doesn't deviate substantially from how the animals might alarm response or ink and react to each other essentially in the school over the course of the day. So what we think is basically this energy use is sort of averages, even though you get some high intensity, it sort of averages out when you begin to kind of look at the squid behavior on a longer time scale. So let's go to the next slide. And if we look at the squid shoal area, although we expected some large responses, actually we did not see in a variety of different ways we measured it, any response to the squid shoal area. So the squid school does not really change significantly during pile driving. And so again, you can see on the y-axis of the squid shoal area, and then pre-exposure, so before the exposure, right after the first strike, or after the last strike. So again, doesn't really seem to dramatically affect the schooling behavior of the squid. So let's go to the next slide, please. So in summary here, before I switch over to Nate, just a couple quick points here. We do think context is key, like when these animals hear that noise. And though while we do see some very dramatic responses, it's very cool to watch these animals respond to the noise. They do seem generally resilient to the pile driving noise that's happening with construction of pile driving. All right, so let's jump into, I think Nate is next here. You can go to the next slide. Oh, just a quick thanks. And you can go to the next slide.
Should we just do questions at the end of everything?
Yeah,
Yes,
either way.
Let's just do questions at the end for everything.
Okay, great.
All right,
Cool, thanks, Aaron.
Yep.
And thank you all for having us here to present today. I'm going to be going over another part of our pile driving work, which was focused on impacts to the commercially important black sea bass. So Stephen, if you could go to the next slide, please. So black sea bass are both commercially and recreationally valuable. The catch in 2022 was 5 million and 9 million pounds, respectively. Their habitat extends up and down the eastern seaboard and into the Gulf of Mexico, and those are all areas that have the intention to expand offshore wind farms. So in the plots on the right here, you can see the audiogram that was produced for the black sea bass by Stanley et al. The plots show the hearing thresholds for 3 size classes of black sea bass, small, medium, and large. And the small class is comprised of juveniles, while the medium and large classes represent varied ages of mature adults. On the top plot, the y-axis is sound pressure, and on the bottom plot, it's particle acceleration. In both of these, juveniles have the most sensitive hearing. They're the ones listed on the bottom there. I know those details are a little hard to see. Pile driving noise from offshore wind farm installation is pretty broadband, but most of the sound is produced in the 100 to 500 hertz range, and that's marked on the plots there to give you an idea and to demonstrate that it completely overlaps with the hearing range of the black sea bass. In a tank study that Stanley et al. Also did, they described behavioral responses in black sea bass from exposure to pile driving noise, and that included altered feeding and altered sheltering behaviors. However, in-tank studies, as Aaron mentioned, can result in abnormal animal behavior in acoustic fields, so we want to understand how the black sea bass would respond in a natural and more realistic setting to pile driving noise. Next slide, please. To that end, we developed a novel field experiment using actual pile driving to examine the animal responses to in-water construction. I think Aaron and I tried to surprise you guys with some loud pile driving noises, but it sounds like it's pretty muted again. But that's the site of the actual pile driving going on. Around this area is where we had our experiment set up, and we used 2 methods to study black sea bass behavior in response to pile driving. One was baited remote underwater video rigs, or BRUVs, to monitor abundance of free-ranging black sea bass in the area. And the other was video monitoring of adult black sea bass behavior in underwater cages, which are very similar to the cages that Aaron showed you for the squid. Next slide, please. Here we've got a view of the study site on the left and an aerial view on the right. So the pile was repeatedly driven, removed, relocated, and re-driven. So most of the pile driving site was within that slip surrounding the red star here. We deployed low and high sensitivity underwater acoustic recorders along the pier and at set distances away from the pile driving site. And we deployed underwater geophones at 8 and 50 meters to capture substrate-borne vibrations. And we also collected in-water accelerometer measurements to quantify particle motion in the water. I'm going to slow down for a second here. Those are all the pieces of equipment that we put out to record information as the pile driving was going on. Our study sites were these 2 pairs of shapes. The yellow circles are our BRUVs, We deployed 4 of those to document local fish presence before, after, and during pile driving. And we also deployed these black sea bass cages depicted by the blue squares, which were 4 mesh and PVC cages that had adult black sea bass inside, so we could monitor their behavior before, during, and after pile driving also. Pile driving was performed for 15-minute intervals, 5 times a day for 11 days over a 3-week period. Our control data was collected over a 3-week period also the following year to look at population response at a comparable time, but in the absence of pile driving. And with the pile moving around as we kept re-driving it, we had to measure exact distance from each pile driving location to all of our equipment. But from the received sound levels that we recorded, we were able to identify approximate distance that each of our BRUVs or cage sites would have been from actual pile driving in a real-world offshore wind farm installation. And that range goes from about 175 meters to 1,000 meters at our closest sites to up to 3.5 kilometers away at the far site at the edge of the pier there in the bottom of the image. Next slide, please. For our cage study, we placed 2 adult black sea bass in each of the 4 in-water cages. We did that 24 hours before pile driving began, and we started recordings on the day of pile driving 20 minutes ahead of actual pile driving start. All the fish were left in the cages to be exposed to 2 consecutive days of pile driving. And then from there, we took the video and a subsample was manually observed and analyzed for fish behavior. And those included swimming, hovering, and resting. And we also monitored their position in the cage, which included either midwater or at the bottom of the cage. Next slide, please. So in these 2 plots, we show the responses of the black sea bass in the cages from the first day of pile driving only here, just to keep it easy. In both plots, the number of replicates is listed for each data point at the top, and the gray bars you see there represent the periods of actual pile driving from the impact hammer. The y-axis represents the percent of visible time that the fish spent in any behavioral state. You've got 2 plots. The plot on the left shows the relationship between pile driving and either swimming or resting behavior. You can look at it and see that the onset of pile driving caused a decrease in swimming behavior and an increase in that resting or sheltering behavior. And in the plot on the right, very similar behavior and a kind of comparable activity. It shows the position of fish during the study, and you can see an increase in individuals retreating to the bottom of the cage during the onset of pile driving, while less individuals remain in midwater. The behaviors are especially clear for the first 2 pile driving events, those first 2 gray lines, but become less pronounced as the pile driving activity goes on. And you can see the lines go from being solid to dashed, and that's a result of either GoPros running out of battery, or fish not being in view to get enough replication to run any statistics on these. So can I go to the next slide, please? So for the BRUVs, 4 were placed on the seafloor between 4.8 and 54.8 meters from the site of pile driving, and each BRUV was baited with 0.1 kilograms of chopped squid and stuck in the water 30 minutes ahead of pile driving so that animals could acclimate to its presence. 2 GoPros, where they're indicated there, were attached with a side view and a top-down view of the bait, and we collected 152 videos comprised of 457 hours of footage. To analyze all that footage, we used a machine learning algorithm called YOLO. YOLO is an open access convolutional neural network for object detection, and we trained it to detect juvenile and adult black sea bass along with 4 other local fish species. The training required 750 annotated images and resulted in an algorithm that can detect 86 to 95% of juvenile and adult black sea bass, respectively. In the video here, you can see that YOLO generates labels with a numerical confidence rating attached to it. So we can use that confidence rating to run a quality control measure and filter out low confidence detections. And at the end of all this, we were able to tabulate all those detections into a large data frame for data analysis. Next slide, please. Here we're looking at the data pooled within BRUV sites to compare between the control treatments and the pile driving treatments and the fish counts associated with those. Along the y-axis, we have average fish counts, and along the x-axis, you have your BRUV sites from left to right, which is the closest to the furthest away from pile driving. Red represents our control, and blue is measurements taken during pile driving. For the adult black sea bass, significant differences in fish counts between the control and pile driving data were only found at the 10-meter site. Generally, the adult numbers were slightly reduced, quite reduced from the juveniles that we saw. And it could be one of the reasons statistics were a little more difficult with the adults, but it stuck with the general theme that adults didn't show as much of an impact. Could you go to the next slide, please? For juveniles, however, with the same axes as the last plot, we can see that there's significant difference between the fish counts for the two closest sites, at site 1 and site 2. And that trend seemed to hold true throughout the experiment as well, where juveniles appear to be more sensitive. Next slide, please. On this slide, the plot shows the average fish counts, normalized between days, with days overlaid to get averages across the entire experiment by day. And for both pile driving and control times that correlated with those pile driving events. The data here is just being shown from the nearest site, which exhibited the largest disparity we saw between the two treatments. For adults, the control and pile driving counts followed pretty similar trends. We didn't really see a significant difference there. Next slide, please. Looking at the juvenile black sea bass counts for the same plot, despite starting with similar numbers, there's a steady decrease in pile driving counts, while control counts remain relatively stable across the study time. Next slide. So next, we also looked at the effect over the long term, or over the course of weeks, over the course of the entire study, 3 weeks. And the x-axis here is the 3-week period that we looked at, and the y-axis is the average number of fish seen. It's actually mislabeled here. I apologize for that. It's not normalized. This plot specifically is for the control data. You can see that it looks like there was a little bit of an increase for the juveniles over the course of the study, and adults stayed pretty static at a pretty flat pace there. Next slide, please. So by contrast with the pile driving data, we actually saw a decrease in juvenile and adult counts over the experiment. This trend held true for all the brubs, even though they're all pooled together here. They all showed a decrease in counts at varying levels of severity. Next slide, please. So now the question is, given all these results, do we have to worry about black sea bass as offshore wind develops and grows? From our, or sorry, next, this one, yeah, we're gonna have to click through, Stephen, sorry. From our cage study, we saw increased sheltering behavior in adults from pile driving. So that could result in impacts to fisheries or possible ecological impacts, depending on the severity of that sheltering response. In our brub study, we saw a decrease in juvenile black sea bass during pile driving at our 2 nearest sites, which could mean displacement of juveniles from those areas within a half a kilometer of wind farm development, which is that distance we approximated from the received sound levels at the second site. The decline in numbers, despite having available bait at the brubs, also implies that there could be impacts to black sea bass foraging behavior. The continuous pile driving events also had an impact on black sea bass counts. The short-term response of decreased fish counts seemed limited to just the juveniles, and that makes sense given that juveniles have been shown to have more sensitive hearing. However, when we looked at the longer-term assessment, we saw a decline in fish counts for both the juveniles and the adults over the course of our study. Given that the noise generated by pile driving at these offshore wind farms is well within the hearing range for both classes of adults and juveniles, and also on the more sensitive range for both of those classes, these results are not that surprising. But they are important to recognize if it means that entire populations could be displaced in areas where they are historically found to exist or migrate through seasonally, which is something that black sea bass do coming on and offshore throughout from summer to winter season. So in summary, pile driving at approximately 500 meters from pile driving from offshore wind farm installations seemed to cause displacement with possible impacts to foraging behavior for black sea bass. We don't know the extent or the permanence of that displacement, but suffice to say there is an impact. Other ongoing efforts to understand auditory shifts after sound exposure are going to help us better understand if pile driving might increase the risk of predation or general impairment to black sea bass hearing after exposure to these noises. And that new information paired with the data from this and earlier studies is going to help us move forward and hopefully help resource managers mitigate appropriately as offshore wind farm development moves forward as well. And that's the last slide for information. So thank you. Same thank you slide as Aaron. Thanking our funders from BOEM and our support from Hui, our whole lab and our pile driving company, W.S. Schultz Company. And I think on the last slide, we have mine and Aaron's contact information and a chance to ask questions if people have them.
Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Aaron. That was very interesting. As a black sea bass fisherman, it kind of scares me a little bit too. Any questions? Peter Hughes?
Thank you. Thank you both for the presentation. My question is throughout your presentation, you referenced the decibels, sound level in your experiments. And I mean, driving a regular wooden piling into the seafloor, I would think is a lot less intrusive and would have less decibels associated with it than driving a 30-foot circumference monopole into the seafloor. Have you looked at upscaling the decibel level to equate and resemble, or run some model that would equate and resemble what the decibel level might be of the monopole pile driving that would be taking place offshore?
So I can jump in for that a little bit. So the field data here in Woods Hole, it's a steel pile that we're hammering in. So it isn't wooden, but we can't go any louder. So there definitely are some things that we would like to do with it, but you just can't hammer any louder, basically, right? Like as you kind of said, like it's a 1 foot diameter pile, and it's not the same as a 30-foot diameter pile, basically. So we can kind of what we can do. Yeah, we've kind of done this with Squid in some of our papers, basically, but you can basically take okay, what's that sound level at these distances, and what's that equivalent to if 30-foot diameter pile, or a lot of that data is not even out yet, really, right? So what was this, the sizes of at the Block Island Wind Farm, right? And I know those are different. They're like try sort of pilings and stuff like that. So you can kind of hand wave and get at that a little bit, and that's where those distances come from. Somewhere between 200, 500, 800 meters, depending on which taxa you're talking about. So yeah, we can get at that a little bit, but it's where they're just their industry is amazing, right? They can hammer louder and they can hammer faster than we can do, essentially.
Skip Feller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all again also for the presentation. I was wondering if there was any tests done with the bubble netting that's supposed to happen around them when they're driving these piles.
Yeah, so we have not done that. So, and just to respond one more bit to that last speaker's question too. I mean, it begs to be doing some of this in the field, right? Around the actual wind farms, and yeah, we haven't done the bubble netting. There's some data, like that, even some of our data for some of these taxa, right? It seems like if you could ramp up like they are doing, that might be a actual mitigation factor, but we haven't done the bubble netting yet either. So I think that would work, it would work. Oh, I don't know, right? That would be a good thing to kind of test for the black sea bass, right? And these animals that are hearing stuff in the water column. Our next set of studies is actually going to look at animals that are on the benthos, so scallops and some of those animals, lobsters, but that's going to be entirely different. And the bubble nets probably won't work for them.
Mike Luisi?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for the presentation. My question is related to the displacement that you discussed, and I'll be honest, I almost expected there to be some type of behavioral reaction when the pile driving was occurring. I don't know that I'm the only person in the room during your presentation when the video started that kind of jumped when I heard the first crack of the pile drive action. It was unexpected, and we didn't run out of the room, but if there were many more of them or a lot louder, maybe some of us would have. But as far as displacement goes, my concern let's say it's not a concern. I'm interested in the commercial and recreational interactions with these species, I guess, after the work is completed. So the way I'm thinking about it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but during the construction phase, when this pile driving activity is occurring, I would assume that commercial and recreational fishing in those close proximity to the area where it's being worked is probably going to be off limits. I could be wrong in that, but did you guys look into, or is there any future plan? And I apologize if I missed it, but I'm more concerned about when the fish are displaced. Are they coming back? Are the squid coming back to the area where they once were? Are the sea bass coming back to the area where they were displaced from? After construction or after the pile driving event is done is complete. And is that something that you guys looked into or plan to?
Yeah. That's a great question.
The,
We have not, go ahead, Nate, you want to go?
I was just going to mention that because of the need for us to have a control, we ended up waiting 1 year and then, running those controls in the same season. We're using the best and probably most realistic pile driving scenario that I think anyone's using right now, shy of actually getting access to a real offshore wind installation site. And of course, the impacts are a little bit different. But for what it's worth, from year to year, right, we had comparable starting values and comparable control values ahead of the pile driving, and then what the control saw the next year. So that, it's not a strong statistical argument, but anecdotally it shows that there was not a long-term displacement. But that's certainly something worth studying to understand the long-term impacts. Yeah.
Eric Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I just have a sort of to follow up on Mr. Hughes's question. Can you tell me what the force was of the test hammer, strike force of that test hammer that you used?
We'd have to look that up.
Was it 3,000 foot-pounds or something like that?
No, it's less than that. We'd have to actually
I know.
ask.
I'm trying to frantically check my desktop for the paper and see if we had that.
It's a bit different. It's not like a hydraulic hammer, right? That is basically they pick it. I don't know if you can tell from the video, but they pick it up and they drop it.
Yeah, so and that's easy. How much did the thing weigh and how far did you drop it? I can figure that out in a minute. So.
Yeah. I don't know. We don't know the number. We have to look. So if you want to email us, we can look that up for you and get that for you, or I can email it to Julie or something like that to kind of get what we have. Yep.
Okay, well, so you said it was maybe less than 3,000 foot-pounds. So just to put things in context, the Block Island wind farms, those were little piles. And that the hammer strength there was 1.84 million foot-pounds per strike. And the ones they're using for the big monopiles, the strike force there is 3.32 million foot-pounds per strike. So make a lot more noise, just to put it in context.
Yeah, I've got a energy generation per impact, if you like, and it sounded like a significantly smaller number. But we had it listed in our original scallop paper, I think, as 16 kilojoules per strike. I'm not sure if that's a comparable metric for what you were just saying. So I was reading as you were saying, but
I don't mean to disagree with you, but the hammer strength on the Block Island wind farm was 2,500 kilojoules.
oh, this is our nearshore effort. That is what I was mentioning from our last study. So it's not the same thing as the Block Island one. It's just to give you that comparison metric for what the energy of each impact that we had here.
Joe Semino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation. I'm curious to, for the size of the wind farms, if can pile driving in one portion of that lease area be heard at the other end, so that if there are 60 or 90 piles being driven throughout that entire time, is that entire area affected throughout that entire time, or is it a smaller area that's impacted? Because in New Jersey in particular, we have at least one lease area that's within a very close radius to a couple artificial reefs. And one in particular, we believe that every pile that's driven on that lease will be affecting that artificial reef.
Yeah, I guess like you're asking, right, how far that sound will propagate. And I mean, I don't know that off the top of our head. So we'd have to look at that, right? Like you can get, so up here, right, there are like 7, I like to kind of hand wave and say like the pilings at Vineyard Wind are like 750 meters apart, more or less, as far as I know. And we know from like Europe, you can detect these things like easily out 20 kilometers. So in certain, in certain areas, right? And so the sound does propagate, right? Like pretty substantially. They're alternating, right? Obviously they hammer in one and then they move to the next one, that kind of thing. So, but their sound, but it all depends on obviously which frequencies you're worried about and that kind of thing too. So, but they can, in the right environments, they can go pretty darn far for sure.
Any more questions from the table? Sonny Gwynn?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is, once you get them up, the noise they make once they're in function, what effect will that have after you pound them down, you run the fish off, and then you put them all up? Because these things are going to be, and it can be 2 or 3 of them. From my understanding, it's going to take thousands of windmills to make this really work. And the noise they make once they're up, what will that affect the fish and how?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's data that Europe is like the closest that we have to that, right? So that's not really, we don't know that yet, right? Actually, we just tried to suggest that something to the Mass CEC up here, right? To be looking at that. Yeah, we don't know. So it's different. It's gonna be lower intensity. It's more generally more continuous, kind of more analogous to some sort of ship running or something like that, right? Like this constant hum in the background. So it's not going to be as high amplitude, as high intensity kind of thing, but it's certainly going to be, certainly be kind of background. So, what that means acoustically for these animals are, or for other animals, it might induce masking, so harder to detect their predators or harder to detect like the environmental cues that they wanted to listen for. And one thing it could do is, which is interesting, and to get back to one of the earlier questions too, how is this potentially affecting long-term populations? There is some data, I believe, from Block Island Wind Farm where the black sea bass populations are doing pretty good around the structure, right? At least, and so there's some data from that shows separately that low frequency sound in the right context can actually attract larvae. So, maybe, you even have this sort of artificial reefs that begin to kind of, not only is the structure potentially attracting once it's operational, but then the cues are there, the acoustic cues are there. And so that's actually more invertebrate larvae, less fish, right? But some other invertebrates tend to respond to that. So there is the potential for that, but that is admittedly a lot of hand waving, and we don't really know what the continuous operational sounds are going to do.
Scott Lennox?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation, gentlemen. So Sonny stole my thunder a little bit right there. I was actually right on the same wavelength as that. I guess the question that comes from that is with the daily operation of the turbines and the low frequency noise that would come from energy transfer through cabling and other things.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any kind of plan to test that for future? Because as you mentioned, there could be some sort of attraction to it, but there also could be more of a negative impact as well. So just wondering if there's any kind of plan to test that in the future like you did with the pile driving. Thank you.
Aaron, you want me to say something? Might have lost him.
Have we got an
yeah, our lab personally doesn't have a game plan for that. We have further animals that we'd like to test with a similar experimental design is some of these things we've already presented to you. With that said, there's a lot of monitoring efforts going on right now around the installation of all the new wind farms in the Massachusetts, Rhode Island area and New York too. And a lot of that information, albeit some could argue that's a little late to be doing it as the wind farms are installed, but it will give us, some of that data on an operational wind farm as they transition to that level, including the Block Island wind farm. A lot of the local, acoustic monitoring efforts should be able to help answer some of those questions if combined with some of the other survey data.
Thanks for that. I guess just sitting here, I'm not speaking for anybody else other than myself, but I think it'd be kind of nice to see in a format like this. The information would be cool to get reported out on, but to see it in in a presentation like you guys did that was really informative, showing video and that sort of thing, that kind of opened my eyes to what the pile driving is actually doing. And I just think I think it would be informative for folks to see what the operation would be like in the future. Thanks.
Absolutely, yeah. And a big part of, sorry, just to follow up on that, a big part of why we study the construction phase is because that's the most violent impacts, if you will, right? Those are the ones that could physically damage fish that swim too close to too intensive sounds or too intensive pressure level waves. So that's one of the major reasons we're looking at it, but that's not to discount the idea that a long-term sound couldn't have some sort of ecological impact, like Aaron mentioned, with masking of other cues that animals are looking for and not able to find in the presence of noises that might distract from. So it's definitely worth noting, and something we'll keep in mind in terms of trying to take advantage of opportunities there to have a more well-rounded message for everybody.
Robert Rule.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was a very informative presentation, but one of the questions I have is you said you did notice a density or a shift in density of population during the experiment. Did you by chance, after the experiment ended, did you collect data on how long it took for that density to rebound? Once the pile driving stopped, did you continue to record data with the BRUVs to see if that population density increased back to what was within the control, or is that something you didn't look at?
I see what you mean. The closest thing we had there was the next day. A lot of times we were limited by just, unfortunately, experimentally important part, but kind of a weak excuse, but the battery life of our video cameras. But on consecutive days, which wasn't always the case, but when there were consecutive days of pile driving, we have data from the following day. That specific question of do like the starting population levels match the starting population levels the next day? Is it just a 24-hour impact? That's not a question that we've dug into, but we haven't published on this yet, and we're still working through the data. So that's an interesting point to bring up, just as a way to try to suss out the length of the impact and understand it better. But given the long-term trend that we saw, my expectation is that we would not see a recovery overnight. Given that at the end of 3 weeks we had a fairly continuous decrease in counts, but worth looking into all the same.
I'll go to the audience. Kate Wilkie.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Kate Wilkie with the Nature Conservancy. Thanks, Aaron and Nathan, for the presentation. Really interesting results that are providing information on impact noise behavior that was definitely a data gap. And I just wanted to mention that the Nature Conservancy is also conducting a study to observe the impact of pile driving noise on structure-oriented fish. It's mainly black sea bass. That's out at the coastal Virginia offshore wind site using fine-scale telemetry tags and receivers. So I'm definitely going to be following up with you guys in the near future to better understand your work and how it can inform our eventual results. And I have two quick questions. I was curious, obviously you can't study every species of fish, so do do you have insights on how these results might inform us about the reactions of other types of fish? And also, you mentioned that the squid eventually stopped responding to the noise. Do you have insight into the soft start procedures that might be used in pile driving for minimizing effects on these animals? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Kate. That's right, like with the squid, that's a great idea, right? That's where we think like soft start, ramp up kind of thing could really have a, play a nice role, right? That to reduce that habituation. The data that we didn't show is that, we actually measured hearing before and after the noise exposure too, to see if they have hearing loss, because in fish and other taxa, we know that noise can induce hearing loss, and it didn't seem to happen essentially with these squid, so they didn't seem to get hearing loss. And actually we used goldfish as a control as well, and so they can get noise-induced hearing loss, and they're sort of a gold standard. So we do think they're habituating, so something like the soft start could help with them. And then just to other taxa, I guess it sort of depends, right? And yeah, so black sea bass they're interesting taxa, right? They're pelagic, but their responses are not really dramatic, but then they kind of go down, settle down, and stop what they're doing, and like as nature potentially move out of the area. And it's hard to say. Like, I guess if you ask a specific taxa, we can kind of think about it. But one of our next study species is flounder, and they don't have a swim bladder, right? They're going to be pretty different. They're going to feel ground vibration, so I don't think black sea bass data could extrapolate to them per se.
Thanks for that.
And yeah, happy to chat later or whatever. Reach out for sharing data.
Yeah, I will be emailing you guys. Thank you.
Katie Almeida.
Thank you. Katie Almeida from the Town Dock. I have a couple questions regarding squid. Were you able to conduct any dissection on any of the squids that you have after the experiment was over?
No, we didn't do that. You mean to look at hair cells or some sort of damage there?
Yeah, the statolith or anything?
No, we didn't do that. That's just like we've done that before in other squid, and it's just it's a remarkably challenging procedure, and so we just opted not to do that. So we don't know if there's but we were able to measure the hearing physiologically before and after, and there didn't seem to be an effect there.
Okay. How about any effect on the egg mops? I was wondering, since obviously they're stationary and the larvae don't have any chance to escape, if there would be any damage to the larva in the egg mops. Also, the timing of hatching. I'm assuming that evolutionary, they lay their eggs in areas where their food is, and if pile driving is going on and driving away the prey, if they hatch and there's no food, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, we don't. The short answer is, Katie, we do not have data on that. So the long answer is like that. Similarly, we can envision some challenges there as well, right? Because all the things you just said, right? That the egg mounts can't move, they're tied to the ground, ground vibration is particularly stronger than what's in the water column. They're actually like pretty low oxygen in egg mops, and so these animals, even if the sort of paralarvae or embryos are moving a lot more, they could be consuming more oxygen. That could be stress to them. You could envision stress in a lot of different ways in that respect, but we don't have any data to really address that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Just one more comment, and it's not just directed at this study, but I hear a lot of comparison to the Block Island wind farm, and I understand that's the only other wind farm we have offshore to compare it to. But do we think that's an actual appropriate comparison when we're studying species like this and conducting this kind of research? Because we really don't know how it's going to be when we have hundreds of these, larger, obviously, than the ones at Block Island Wind Farm, to say that, well, this is what happened at Block Island Wind Farm, and we can sort of carry this knowledge forward. It makes me a little bit nervous when I hear those comparisons that it's really not going to be, you know, an apples to apples comparison at the end of the day.
Yep, I agree, Katie. That's definitely a really good point, right? And that the pilings themselves are quite different as well. So that's a good point to keep in mind. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. I know I've spoken with you before and I was super excited for these studies and I'm sure I'll be reaching out for some more questions. Thank you.
Please do.
Megan Lapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Megan Lapp, Seafreeze. Question, when you were measuring the sound and the responses and things like that, did you do any particle pressure measurements?
Yeah, we have that in the lab and in the field.
Okay, okay. Because I do know cephalopods and invertebrates, their whole body vibrates with the particle motion from the sound. And I will, you know, just echo a lot of the concerns around the table as well as from other commenters that, you know, the Block Island Wind Farm, you know, noise was not indicative of what we're dealing with now. We're looking at areas in the Massachusetts, Rhode Island WIA. We're expecting construction for 8 consecutive seasons when the squid are there. We're talking about turbines now upwards of 1,300 feet high. The ones that are being pile driven now are like more than double the size of the Block Island turbines. So, and I know the open water experiments you guys did, you said it was 16 kilojoules, but the Vineyard Wind piles are 4,500 kilojoules of power when they're pile driving. So I think, you know, emphasizing that is going to be important in these things going forward. And, you know, any actual in-field experiments would be a much better indicator of potential impacts. Thank you.
Yeah, Megan, Megan, that's a great point. And I think like what we're just to follow up, like we agree, like getting out there would be awesome. And so I think like one key way to do that is sort of like science fishing partnerships, basically, right? So, you know, the federal government may give us like X amount of money and it only goes so far, right? And so the more we can kind of leverage other partnerships would be great to kind of get access out there. And we're doing some of that now next couple of years and just thinking in ways with, you know, please reach out if you have ideas or are interested. We'd be interested in doing that.
Bonnie Brady.
Hi, Bonnie Brady, Long Island Commercial Fishing Association. I'm not quite sure I understood. You said, is it the hearing range for black sea bass for juveniles? It's 100 to 500 hertz, or is that the sound at which they grunt?
The hearing range for black sea bass is actually, I think it's 80 to 1,000 hertz is what we found, or what Jenny Stanley found in that study. And then the 100 to 500 was the most impactful part of the range in pile driving noise, or at least that's what we found so far.
Okay, and so that means that's low frequency sound, correct?
Correct.
So anything under 200 hertz, bubble curtains work for, I believe. That's as per Bohm from a couple of years ago. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Aaron and Nate, thank you very much for the presentation. It was very, very interesting and I look forward to a future report down the road. With that, let's take, of course, it didn't take us long to get back out of time again. So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 3:50 and meet jointly with the commission.
Great. Thanks very much, everyone.
Yep. Thank you.
Magic touch.
Welcome back, everyone, to today's last agenda item. It's a joint meeting with the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, Summer Flounders, Scup, and Black Sea Bass Board we're going to be talking about Summer Flounder Commercial Mess Exemption Framework. This is meeting number 1. We have a presentation by Kylie Dancy and Hannah Hart. Kylie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Hannah Hart is up here with me and she's been helping me a lot with this action. And Chelsea Tui with the commission staff is also on this action for the commission and is on virtually. So this is meeting 1 for a joint framework action and addendum that was initiated in response to a fall 2023 review of a report evaluating, see if I can get this clicker working. Evaluating summer flounder commercial mesh regulations and exemptions. And through that review process, we received many comments suggesting changes to the small mesh exemption program area boundary and the gear definition in the regulations for the fly net exemption. And those are the 2 exemption programs that we have for the summer flounder minimum mesh size. So those are the 2 issues that are being considered for modification through this action. And just a quick reminder that these exemptions are both annually reviewed by the monitoring committee and then by the council and board during the specifications process. And so some changes can be made through specifications, but the changes being considered here were determined in the previous meetings to be outside the scope of what or how things can be modified during specifications. So the council and board were advised to initiate a management action in this case. So the action was formally initiated by the council in December and by the board in February. And since then, we've formed a fishery management action team and plan development team. And we've met twice with that group to work through some preliminary analysis and develop a draft range of alternatives. We also hosted a public input webinar on April 2nd to gather preliminary public feedback, early feedback on the draft range of alternatives. And then today is framework meeting 1. So in the terminology of the council's process, which requires at least 2 meetings for a framework adjustment. So going forward, the timeline has been revised from what the council and board saw earlier this year, which had indicated that final action would happen in June. And the FMAT and PDT has discussed that this isn't really feasible to get this action implemented by the original goal date of November 1st of this year. So as discussed at the December joint meeting, this was always an ambitious timeline and it has a couple associated challenges, including the federal rulemaking timelines and then the required public comment period that's associated with the commission's addendum process, which is a minimum of 30 days. So because it's become clear that we can no longer meet this timeline, the action plan was revised to reflect final action occurring at the August meeting. And this is going to allow more time for additional analysis to be developed and to be incorporated into the public hearing document so that the public comments can be based on sufficient information in that document. And we also intend to get advisory panel input and perhaps hold other input meetings prior to planned final action in August. And so with this final action timeline, we're looking at finalizing the documents and rulemaking occurring in the fall and likely into early 2025. So the objectives of the discussion today are to review the draft range of alternatives developed by the FMAT PDT, as well as the preliminary public input we received on that April 2nd webinar, and to adopt a range of alternatives with any modifications that are needed during the discussion today for additional analysis and inclusion in a public hearing document. So I'll go through the small mesh exemption program boundary issue first. That's alternative set 1, and then I'll go through alternative set 2 is the fly net exemption definition. So the small mesh exemption program consists of an area that's shown in the figure in pink, where east of longitude 72 degrees, 30 minutes west, from November through April each year, vessels can use mesh smaller than the required minimum mesh size for summer flounder and land more than the 200 pounds of summer flounder that triggers the minimum mesh size requirement. Summer flounder minimum mesh sizes are 5.5-inch diamond or 6-inch square. And so if you want to retain more than 200 pounds of summer flounder during those winter months, you either have to comply with the minimum mesh size or you have to be participating in this exemption program. So this was developed under Amendment 2 and modified under Amendment 3, both in 1993. And the intent of the exemption program was to reduce or prevent regulatory discards of summer flounder and other smaller mesh fisheries that were operating offshore during this time. And it was not believed to be likely to negatively impact the summer flounder stock, since the minimum mesh sizes are intended to protect juvenile summer flounder, which were largely not present or not being caught in that area in the winter months. The participation in this program requires a letter of authorization from GARFO, and vessels must be enrolled in the program for a minimum of 7 days. Vessels cannot fish west of the demarcation line while their LOA is active, and GARFO may rescind the exemption if vessels fishing under this program are discarding more than 10% of their summer flounder catch. So for this action, the purpose is to consider modifications again to that westward boundary of the exempted area, because during the fall 2023 review process, we heard a lot of input that this exemption is critically important to the industry, particularly to Southern New England vessels, and has successfully reduced regulatory discards of summer flounder. Commenters also suggested moving that demarcation line about 5 miles westward and then connecting to the Southern Scup GRA, and I'll show that in a minute. This was suggested to increase the access and the economic benefits to be able to retain a bit more summer flounder in these expanded areas, and commenters did not anticipate that this would cause negative impacts to the summer flounder stock. So there are 3 draft alternatives regarding the small mesh exemption area for discussion today. The first is 1A is no action status quo, which is leaving that demarcation line as it is at 7230. And as you can see, that kind of goes, it's a simple straight line on the western boundary running from Connecticut state waters straight down to the boundary of the US EEZ off of North Carolina. The other 2 draft alternatives are similar in nature, and they're pretty much the same in effect. So they are both based on the fishing industry's suggestions during that fall 2023 exemption review process. The distinction between the first 2 alternatives, action alternatives, 1B and 1C, basically has to do with how you draw the expanded boundary, overlapping or not with the Frank R. Lautenberg deep sea coral zone. And that's shown in the big purple area on this map. In that zone, all bottom tending gear is currently prohibited for deep sea coral protection. And as you can see, there is currently substantial overlap of the deep sea coral zone and the current small mesh exemption program. So draft alternative 1B would extend the small mesh exemption program boundary. The current boundary is shown in the light green, and the suggested expansion is shown in red. And I do have a zoomed in version on the next slide. So it extends the boundary about 5 miles westward, starting south of Long Island, and then it connects to the corner of the Southern Scup GRA and follows the eastern boundary of that GRA down to the point about where the GRA ends. So this is a slightly closer view, and again, the expanded area is in the red. This, because the small mesh exemption program participants are using bottom tending gear, they cannot fish at all in the deep sea coral protection zone, which is again in the purple area. So for alternative 1B, the proposed area extension follows the western boundary of the coral zone as well as the eastern boundary of the Scup GRA. So it would map to the boundaries of the coral zone such that it just kind of follows around the canyons with all the complex points that are in that coral zone, and creates this sort of strip of water between the Scup GRA and the deep sea coral zone as an additional extension to the small mesh exemption program. So as you can see, the boundary of the coral zone is pretty complex. It was designed to follow a certain depth contour. There are a ton of points associated with this boundary in the regulations that need to be put into chart plotters and in the regulations. And so the FMAT and PDT discussed whether this level of complexity was necessary for adjusting the small mesh exemption boundaries, and suggested adding a third simplified version of this that has the same effect in a practical sense, but draws the boundaries in a simpler manner. So alternative 1C does not follow the coral zone at all. It just does, but it follows the same pattern on the western boundary in terms of extending extending west on the top portion and then following the eastern boundary of this cup GRA. And so basically it simplifies the lines, it simplifies the number of points. It does have the appearance, here's a close-up view, has the appearance of expanding the small mesh exemption program area by a greater area, but since bottom tending gear is not allowed in that area that overlaps the deep sea coral zone, the effective size of the expanded area in terms of access that the fishing industry would have is the same as shown in alternative 1B. So the difference between these alternatives is only in sort of the simplicity for the sake of compliance, enforcement, and regulatory simplicity. It really would have no effect on where folks could fish in terms of the difference between 1B and 1C. So we are seeking feedback on your thoughts about this, how the intersection with the deep sea coral zone is handled, and whether it makes sense to consider both of these alternatives, given that they have the same effect, or whether there should be some other consideration of a different way to draw the boundary. Also, we would note that as these alternatives are drawn, 1B and 1C, they do not extend the line within Long Island Sound or south of this cup GRA off of North Carolina. So going back to the bigger view, there is a portion of the current small mesh exemption program area that extends south of the coral zone off of North Carolina. This is based, the decisions we made about not to include that are just based on what we heard from industry about what areas were really important, but this is something that we are seeking feedback on as well, so that the southern portion, whether that should be changed at all, and the Long Island Sound portion. So on the April 2nd public input webinar, we only had a few comments on this issue. First, there was a question about whether there's been consideration of modifying this area to allow scallop vessels to retain summer flounder on scallop trips. And I'm still a bit unclear about what the proposal was, because we have not heard really any comments about the scallop fishery with regard to this exemption at all. I don't think it would apply to scallop trawls, given the current mesh size of scallop trawls. So that was basically the response, was that that scallop here is not using this exemption. Two participants spoke in favor of modifying the small mesh exemption program boundary, and both preferred the simplified boundary of alternative 1C. And there was one suggestion to remove 1B from consideration, given the overcomplication of the boundary. There's also a suggestion, and I believe this was really as a replacement for both of the exemption programs, a suggestion to keep the regulations simple and to consider just allowing small mesh vessels to keep a specified percentage of summer flounder as a proportion of their total catch within a defined area. And those were all the comments we received on that webinar for this program. I have a few slides characterizing use of the exemption and some of the preliminary analysis we've done. So just to start, over the last 10 years, for each November through April period, there's been an average of 68 vessels per year that are using this exemption or that are issued an LOA, and maybe a slight increasing trend over the years, but pretty stable, an average of 68. So because you don't have to hold the LOA for the whole time, sometimes the vessel will have the LOA for varying lengths of time, and sometimes more than once throughout the season. And so this is just showing the length that vessels are holding the LOA. So over the last 10 years, I think it's 44% of vessels are holding the LOA for the full 6-month period. So vessels using the exemption are bottom trawl vessels, and we do see from observer data linked to active LOA permits that those holding the LOA do tend to use a variety of mesh sizes over the course of holding it. So while holding an active LOA, it's not necessarily that the vessel is always using small mesh on every trip or haul. So about 57% of observed hauls over the last 10 years, while holding an active LOA, we're using mesh smaller than the summer flounder 5.5-inch diamond mesh minimum. So we know that some of the hauls made while holding this would not require the exemption, but the 57% using the smaller mesh would be the ones presumed to be actively using the exemption. The top reported target species on those observed hauls for the mesh smaller than 5.5 inches are longfin squid, summer flounder, scup, whiting, and Atlantic herring. So summer flounder was reported as a target species on 25% of observed hauls for observed hauls using mesh smaller than 5.5 inches. So it does appear that there is some targeting of summer flounder using smaller mesh on some portions of trips in that area. We haven't broken out exactly what mesh sizes these hauls are using to target summer flounder just yet. In terms of summer flounder catch and discards, about 67% of observed hauls caught using mesh smaller than 5.5 inches caught summer flounder over this time period, and that occurred on about 82% of observed trips. So average landings of summer flounder with this exemption are about 863 pounds per trip if you look at all LOA trips with summer flounder catch, and then when you look at those using mesh smaller than 5.5 inches, average landings are 746 pounds. And the median landings are lower in both cases at about 300 pounds. So there are some trips that have larger amounts of landings that are skewing that average up. So on average, the landings of summer flounder do exceed that 200-pound threshold that would trigger the minimum mesh requirements, and you could presume that without that exemption, they would be discarding anything in excess of that 200 pounds. So on average, this exemption does seem to be preventing some regulatory discards. Discards in weight appear to be low at about 113 pounds overall on average, or 165 pounds per trip for smaller mesh gear. And again, the median is much lower for discards as well. So the magnitude of observed discards is low for most observed trips using this exemption. 83% of smaller mesh trips had discards under 200 pounds. But as a proportion of the total summer flounder catch per trip, that does on average exceed the 10% threshold mentioned in the regulations for the regional administrator to rescind the exemption. So on trips that used small mesh, about 24% of summer flounder is discarded on average per trip, and about 50% of trips are discarding more than that 10% threshold. So just to reiterate, the magnitude of discards doesn't appear to be high on most observed trips, but as a percentage of total summer flounder catch, it can be high. So also in the discussion document is a preliminary analysis of the presence of juvenile and undersized summer flounder in the current small mesh area and the proposed expanded area. So we explored the use of fishery independent survey data to do this, although we also want to eventually look at observer length information to get a better picture of the fishery catch, but we don't have that yet. We've just looked at trawl survey data as a step to gauge the availability of small summer flounder in that area during that time. So Tori Kentner helped us with this analysis using size distribution data from trawl surveys within the Northeast Regional Habitat Assessment Data Explorer. And while we looked at a few different surveys, only the NIMS Spring Bottom Trawl survey had the appropriate time and area coverage. And even then, the timing especially doesn't totally overlap. So the exemption program runs November to April. The survey timing that we get in that area is portions of March and April. So looking at trawl survey size data from 1990 to 2019, it appears that the availability of undersized summer flounder, less than 14 inches, is similar between the current area, where about 11% of the summer flounder catch would be undersized, and then the proposed expanded area, where about 12% of catch would be undersized in the survey catch. So this is a visual of that. It's difficult to see the boundaries in this figure, but there is a bright blue line that is the current small mesh exemption program boundary, and a red boundary that is the proposed expansion. So on the left, there's a distribution of legal sized summer flounder, so they're pretty abundant throughout these areas. And then in the figure on the right, there's undersized summer flounder, and there are some in both the current and proposed expanded areas. Also in the discussion document, there are versions of these figures where you can see that the total summer flounder distribution beyond the small mesh exemption areas as well. This is just simplified to just these areas. And then another cutoff we looked at was juvenile versus mature summer flounder. So that's using a cutoff of 30 centimeters or 11.8 inches. And using this cutoff, you can see the adult distribution looks really similar to the legal size distribution from the last slide. But then on the figure on the right for juveniles, there's certainly very few juveniles that appear to be caught in that area at this time, particularly in the areas further offshore and within the proposed expanded area. There is a little bit at the southern portion of the expanded area, but I do want to note the scales of abundance here are different, so the magnitude of that catch is still pretty low. So staff has also had some initial conversations with law enforcement, including both NOAA OLE and Coast Guard reps, and so we are planning to continue those conversations as we continue to analyze the range of alternatives. So far, law enforcement has relayed that from November through April, they regularly see boats utilizing the small mesh exemption program, and they noted many of these boats are targeting scup and whiting. They noted they haven't seen many issues with or abuse of this exemption, and that on the water, this exemption is enforceable. The LOA requirement is extremely useful for enforceability. They also mentioned that although there are no VMS requirements for summer flounder or for using this exemption program, many of the boats are involved in other fisheries that do require VMS, and so they can also rely on VMS often to help with the enforceability of this exemption. And then lastly, they noted that in general, as we've heard many times before, simpler boundaries are much easier to enforce comparatively, and that given that the current small mesh exemption area boundary overlaps with the deep sea coral area currently, they're not concerned about the additional overlap that would occur under option 1C. And finally, I just wanted to note, and we've talked about these before during the previous review process, but a few administrative issues that we've discussed. These issues are being explored by the FMAT and PDT, but we didn't think they needed to be included as specific alternatives in the action. First, SCARFO is looking to clarify the requirement that vessels can't fish west of the line while in possession of the LOA. You may recall that the requirement is no fishing west of the line at all, versus some interpreting the rule as no fishing west of the line during a single small mesh exemption trip. We are also trying to clarify the reason for having to hold the LOA for a minimum of 7 days. It's assumed to be due to the administrative processing needs, but we're confirming that this or something similar is still needed. And third, there's a discrepancy in the regulatory language about how the monitoring committee, there's some specificity in the regulatory language about how the monitoring committee can recommend changes to the area and the timing, and the monitoring committee is restricted to 30-minute increments of latitude and longitude and 2-week intervals in the season. And so this was assumed to be due to data availability at the time that this was implemented, but we're looking into what might be appropriate today. The FMAT PDT did feel it would be useful to try to have some constraints to limit very small changes due to analysis issues that would still exist if we tried to make really small changes, but perhaps these particular requirements in the regulations could be reconsidered. Another issue is the discrepancy in the language in the FMP and the regulations for determining the point of rescinding the exemption. So that is kind of evaluating on the basis of vessels fishing seaward of the line versus vessels fishing under the exemption. I think at this point, that's probably just a minor clarification issue, especially if we address the last bullet on this slide, which is determining the best methods for the monitoring committee to evaluate this exemption going forward. So we've already improved our analysis since December's discussion by linking observer data directly to known LOAs rather than using a series of assumptions to identify presumed LOA trips. So with this improvement, I think these issues are fairly easy to address. Okay, so that concludes the small mesh exemption program, and now I'm going to get into the fly-net exemption gear definition issue. The fly-net exemption was first implemented in 1993 as well, allowing vessels with a specifically defined 2-seam udder trawl fly-net to be exempt from the minimum mesh requirements. This was designed to accommodate a specific fishery occurring mostly off of North Carolina, and that was primarily targeting bluefish and cyanids. There is a provision that the NIMS regional administrator can withdraw the exemption if summer flounder catch in the fly net fishery exceeds 1% of the total fly net catch. There's generally been very low summer flounder catch in this fishery. So the purpose as pertaining to the fly net exemption is to reconsider the regulatory definition and to consider including other similar net types, including some types of high-rise nets that have similar configuration to what's in the fly net exemption currently. Historically, we've used North Carolina data to evaluate this exemption, but we saw in the review last fall that landings in that North Carolina fly net fishery have drastically declined. There are currently no summer flounder being landed in that fishery in most recent years. So essentially, this exemption is no longer being used in the fishery it was originally designed to accommodate. However, we have received comments prior to and during the fall review process for these exemptions that it is being used in other places in the greater Atlantic region by vessels fishing with similar net types that might not exactly meet that regulatory definition of a fly net. So similar in configuration, these other nets, but may not be using 2-seam nets, they may be using 4-seam nets, and there may be some other differences between the exact regulatory language and what these other nets configurations are. So the purpose for the action was to modernize the definition based on changes in gear use over time, recognizing that these net types catch little summer flounder. So just to sort of give a quick overview of kind of in general, the characteristics of the types of nets we're talking about. They have large mesh in the wings. Some are very large, and the mesh size gradually decreases throughout the body of the net to small mesh in the cod end. They're generally high-rise nets, which means they have high profile net opening. They open very, the mouth of the net opens very high. These can be 2-seam nets or 4-seam, so 2-seam being an upper and lower panels joined together, or 4-seam meaning upper and lower panels plus side panels, creating more of a box shape. So back when we went through the review process, we had some conversations with industry representatives. This table is in the document. I'm sure you probably can't read all the details here, but it's in the document. We talked to some industry representatives about what kind of specialized net types should fall under this revised definition. And this is a list of the suggested net types with a description associated with a manual used for training observers in the Northeast. The observer data does have a net type field. So this is what would be in that net type field, which is a subcategory of a broader gear type field, which is generally bottom otter trawls. So some of these definitions and some of the observer data we do need to take with a grain of salt, given that the net type is reported by the captain to the observer, and different people seem to be using different terminology. So these are the types of nets that a couple industry folks suggested should be included when thinking about a revised definition, and they're similar in configuration and similar in terms of the likelihood of catching substantial amounts of summer flounder. So this includes balloon trawls, eliminator trawls, fly nets, haddock separator trawls, millionaire trawls, rope separator trawls, and rule trawls. We did have 2 additional gear types originally on this list that we removed, including pelagic single trawl and pelagic pair trawl. They were suggested originally as possibly appropriate to include here, but when we looked into it, it seems, as you would gather from the name, we're pretty much exclusively midwater trawl gear types that are catching negligible amounts of summer flounder. So we also have 3 draft alternatives for the fly net exemption definition. The first being the current definition, which is a 2-seam otter trawl with the following configuration. The net has large mesh in the wings that measures 8 to 64 inches. The first body or belly section of the net has 35 or more meshes that are at least 8 inches, and the mesh decreases in size throughout the body of the net to 2 inches or smaller toward the terminus of the net. The second alternative, 2B, would make 2 revisions to this definition by first removing the reference to 2 seams and also removing the reference to the upper range of the mesh size in the wings of 64 inches. And the removal of the reference to 2 seams is such that we could include 4-seam nets in this definition, and the additional modification to remove the upper limit of the size in the wings is because we had heard that there's a lot of vessels that are using much larger mesh in the wings than 64 inches. Alternative 2C is a bit of a placeholder for more input on what might need to be modified. So this is something the FMAT and PDT sort of struggled with identifying other definitions that might get at what the suggested change is to encompass these other net types. And so this would seek additional input from the public, from fishing industry representatives, and from enforcement and gear specialists on other specific configuration changes that may be needed to perhaps fully revise the definition rather than just tweaking it. So this was something that the FMAT and PDT we didn't feel we had enough information currently about exactly how to revise that if the council and board feel that 2B does not adequately describe the net types that are intended to be encompassed in this action. And we would aim for a definition revision that is simple and enforceable and avoids potential expansion to net types that might catch more summer flounder. So on the April 2nd webinar, we heard that, again, the caution that observer data on net type should be interpreted with extreme caution, given that net type is something that is, the observer asks the captain, what's this net type? And it's also supposed to be visually confirming, but the terminology varies. And so some things mean different things to different people. One person on this public webinar asked whether law enforcement has been consulted regarding the different net names and types and their ability to distinguish them and enforce them. He also said to leave the regulatory definition alone, that it's too late and the damage is done. So I do have some comments on the enforcement issue in a bit. So there were 2 comments in support of a definition change, but with alternative 2B revised to either modify or remove the reference to 35 or more meshes of 8 inches or more in the body of the net. So we heard that some nets are fishing with very large mesh in the wings and larger mesh in the body of the net. So it wouldn't be necessarily practical if you have very large mesh to have 35 or more meshes of that bigger size. So they suggested that the definition to be revised to capture a length of the large mesh belly section regardless of the number of meshes. So something like at least 280 inches, which is equivalent to 35 meshes at 8 inches. So just a couple slides with some analysis and characterization of these net types. So right now, for confidentiality reasons, we can't break all this data down by the specific net type. We are working on that. We need to revise the data set we're working with to be able to fully evaluate confidentiality. So we hope to have more of that for future meetings. But in general, if you aggregate observer data for all of these fly net and high-rise net types shown in that table, they comprise about 13% of all observed bottom trawl effort from 2014 to 2022. And the top target species are haddock, longfin squid, scup, ilex squid, black sea bass, groundfish, and Atlantic croaker. And the top caught species are ilex, Atlantic herring, longfin squid, haddock, scup, butterfish, and spiny dogfish. So most of these net types don't appear to target summer flounder in any meaningful way. Balloon trawls and fly nets are the highest at about, if you look at those types, about 6 to 7% of their total observed trawls report targeting summer flounder. The rest are quite a bit lower than that, I believe. And summer flounder overall for all of the net types combined is about 0.7% of observed catch, 0.6% of landings, and 0.9% of discards. And then on average, the catch of summer flounder per trip, including landings and discards combined, is about 455 pounds, and discards average about 100 pounds. And I think the catch of summer flounder per trip it's pretty variable between the different net types. So I think this may be a little bit skewed by the fly nets and the balloon trawls, which are catching a little bit more summer flounder than some of the other net types. So as for initial conversations with law enforcement related to this exemption, they did note that the current regulation is a bit challenging to enforce on the water for a number of reasons. So because there's so many specific elements to that definition, it would require them to gather a number of specific measurements of the net. And sometimes deck configuration and length of the vessel and at-sea conditions can pose challenges in doing that. But in general, they also noted similar challenges exist when inspecting any trawl net or net type. So during our initial conversations, law enforcement was not sure if there were some easily identifiable net characteristics that could be incorporated into the regulatory definition that could help with on-the-water enforceability of the rule. They noted they would consult with others to see if they could come up with something or potentially some other ideas to increase the enforceability of this exemption. So again, there's just, I think for the fly net exemption, there's just this one other administrative issue to be addressed similar to the small mesh exemption program where there's a review methodology discrepancy between the FMP and the regulations. The FMP stating that NIMS can withdraw the exemption if the annual average summer flounder catch in the fly net fishery exceeds 1% of the total fly net catch. And the regulations say vessels discarding more than 1% of their entire catch of summer flounder per trip. So that is something we are looking into clarifying that as well. So that's all I have on the fly net stuff. And then for next steps for this action in general, following the meeting today, will revise the alternatives as needed and continue the analysis and start to develop a draft public hearing document. We would need to schedule a meeting for review of that hearing document. And so as noted in the briefing materials, the public comment process is going to be led by the board and by commission staff, given that it is a requirement of an addendum for the board, but not for a framework action for the council. So an approval of the public hearing document would be a board decision, but we would recommend having a joint meeting to review that so that everyone can see the updated alternatives and analysis and everyone's on the same page. We would then need to schedule and host a public comment period and optional public hearings. And then final action, again, is tentatively the August 2024 joint meeting. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kylie. Questions for Kylie? Comments for Kylie? Eric Reed?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My comments would be, I appreciate that Ms. Kender, Ms. Dancy, and Ms. Hart doing all the work. I'm happy to make a motion to remove a couple of these if you like, to try to lighten up the workload and get rid of some more complicated options.
All right, how about if we come back to that?
Yep.
Mike Luisi? Chris Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you might expect, Kylie and I have had a number of conversations about the framework, and we won't revisit all of those conversations, but as someone that was directly involved in the development of these particular exemptions 30 years ago, I do have a lot of interest in them. And I do think it's time after 30 years that we take a hard look at them. And I have a couple questions for you, Kylie. The one that comes to mind is, can you pull up that table for catch and discards for the small mesh exemption program? So there's another one with a percentage, I think. Yeah, that one. So this is a different way to analyze the information that's available for the small mesh exemption program, as I understand it. Different in the sense that the monitoring committee has never looked at the data this way. Is that correct?
Yes, we have in the past, we have used a kind of series of assumptions applied to observer data to identify presumed LOA trips. And now we are using, with the help of GARPO APSD, using observer data for vessels that are known to be actively holding an LOA. And there's also that issue of the discrepancy in the FMP and the regulation wordings that makes our previous analysis, we may not have been doing it exactly the way that the FMP intended, or the
So-
regulations intended.
Yeah, and I asked that knowing that, and I want folks to understand that, because this table, if you took this table to a monitoring committee meeting, and said, we're looking at the small mesh exemption program this year, in a typical monitoring committee fashion, saw this, then you would say, we've exceeded the 10% trigger, right? Based on this information. And the regulations would call for the regional administrator to act in some way, including getting rid of the small mesh exemption program, right? So not only do we have to think about where this line might go, but we also have to think about that trigger as we go forward with this framework. So we have the alternative that's considering moving the line west, but we need to really think about what that means for discards, right? And you and I have talked about the discard issue as well, and it could be that discards could be associated with small fish, or it could be large fish. And if we're moving the line west to allow for folks to keep discards of large fish, that's one thing. But if we move the line west and we have increased discards of small fish, then we're gonna have a problem, right? So we don't have an alternative that moves the line any further east, and I don't think we need one. But certainly as we get through this analysis and talk about these alternatives, we need to keep those things in mind as it relates to the small mesh exemption program. And there's value to the small mesh exemption program, obviously. There's folks that are in it. The fact that we have the LOA helps certainly, but I think we need to explore some of those things that I just mentioned. Thanks.
Chris Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation, Kylie. Kylie, can you go to the this alternative 2 for the Flynet section? Okay. I guess the question I have, and this might just be for the board and council or for enforcement, the last bullet says, the mesh decreases in size of the net to 2 inches or smaller towards the terminus of the net. Would it be clearer in either this alternative or the one 2C, if we go that route, to put in like what's the minimum mesh size, like no less than whatever, as opposed to saying 2 inches or smaller, because I don't know how small is too small for that. That's one question there. I'll just stop if there's been any talk among the FMAT and PDT about that particular part of the existing Flynet rule.
Got it.
Yeah, I think that's something we can think about. We haven't really talked about that yet. I'm not sure. Yeah, we can look into kind of, I guess, are there any vessels that are using mesh in the cut and that's smaller than that? What are they? How would that impact the definition if we specified that? Yeah, we can look into it.
Thanks. Yeah, and I forget exactly what the minimum mesh size is for squid trails. It might be a little less than that, but and then a second question, and I guess this is kind of thinking of next steps if we take final action and change the definition of a Flynet. Has the FMAT and PDT talked any more about how we would monitor summer flounder catch from the modified definition? Because that would presumably expand the allowed gears beyond what's currently or even in the past used in North Carolina. So there probably need to be something other than the North Carolina trip ticket program for Flynets to see if we're staying in compliance with discards or just overall catch of summer flounder in this gear.
Yeah, the FMAT PDT has not really talked about that yet, and I do think that's an important conversation to have. I mean, we have talked about how in general it is difficult to evaluate use of this exemption outside of North Carolina, and I think we've talked about that during the review process as well, because we don't have that level of data. We are using the observer data now. I presume we would continue to do that, but as we've heard, there are, it's especially if you're looking at like an annual basis, there may be some issues using that net type category for major decisions like this. So we do need to look into that a little bit more. And Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Emerson Hasbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kylie, for your presentation. So Kylie, can you go back to the slide that had those percentages of discard that you were just discussing with Chris? Yes, that one. So for those discards and the percent of fluke discarded, is there any information available or in your continued analysis, would you be able to find any information about how much of those discards are due to trip limits? You know, are boats bumping up against their trip limit? You know, they're out there fishing for whiting or squid or scup and having some bycatch of summer flounder. But then once they get to whatever their state trip limit is, anything else is going to go back overboard, regardless of, you know, whether it's legal size or not. So anyhow, do you have any information about fish being discarded because of the state trip limits? And I know that varies from state to state.
Yeah, so we started to look into that in terms of what is stated as the discard reason in the observer data, and I don't think we got it to a place where it was ready for this document or this meeting, but it is something we have on our list to continue to look into. And that was sort of what I was going to say in response to Chris's point earlier too, is it, you know, it does kind of matter why discards are occurring relative to what happens when you change the line. So we definitely do plan to look into the stated discard reason in the observer data, as well as try to look at some of the, you know, observed lengths in the observer data as well.
Thank you.
Nicola Mazur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is also about this category of other issues to be addressed, such as the evaluation method here that we've been discussing. And, you know, it's really about like, how are these going to be decided? The document says that the FMAT and PDT is considering how they're going to be addressed, but are there going to be recommendations that the board and council are going to need to make a decision on in the future, or is that more in Garfo's wheelhouse as to, you know, the implementing regulations for the program? You know, I'm also curious if, specific to the evaluation method, if something other than what's currently in Amendment 3 or in the regulations could come out of those further FMAT PDT discussions, and whether it could morph into something that requires a range of options. And if the board and council were to approve the range of alternatives today, does that have implications for our ability to, you know, have more options on any of these other issues if they require it in the future?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I think one that the FMAT PDT needs to talk about a little bit more. I think in general, from our initial conversations, it seems like a lot of the other issues to be addressed can be addressed just by clarifications and by Garfo or addressed by kind of changing the methodology that the monitoring committee uses. But things like, yeah, that 10% threshold, if we decide that maybe that is not appropriate, that is something I'm not sure about, that we might need to look into how we might change that. I think that we could bring issues like that forward if there were something we needed council and board comment on at the next meeting, but whether something would rise to the level of something that requires an alternative, I'm not quite sure about at this time.
Jeff Kalen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm new here. All right, here we go. I'm ready now. Thank you. Kylie, so is alternative 2C on page 14, Does the FMAT and the PDT feel that that should be left in? Would it help if it is to answer some of the, or speak to some of the concerns that the enforcement people had about the difficulty of going on a boat, trying to figure out whether a net, qualifies or not? It seems to me that including some description of the high-rise gear might help with that. Just wondering if you guys have an opinion about that.
Yeah, so alternative 2C was added basically because we had these suggested modifications through 2B, and then we're, wondering, is this adequate to address to encompass the different net types that were suggested as possibly appropriate for inclusion here? But we put this in here so that we could leave the door open, I guess, for additional input to inform a sort of overhauled definition of this. So we didn't want to limit it necessarily to minor tweaks to the current definition and then go to public comment and find out that there's some, other characteristics we're missing or some much simpler way to define things, and wanted to kind of leave the option to have a definition that's informed by public comment. But it may not be necessary if generally the modifications under 2B seem to work.
Okay, thank you.
Robert Rule.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I have a question and comment. Kind of weird because we're jumping two similar yet different things. I guess the question I'll start with is are we far enough or too far along in the process to consider possible additional or changes in the reporting requirements for vessels that are utilizing the small mesh exemption as a possible way to, looking at the percentage graph we saw earlier, we see discards, but we don't know the disposition of the discards or the reasoning behind it. And I'm not sure if there's enough data available that we'll be able to flesh out what the actual cause for that discard, that particular discard was, to bracket it out if it's undersized or sublegal, or if it's because you're hitting a trip limit, or if the fish were mangled. But it would be possible going forward to create a data set that kind of informs a little bit more heavily as to what a discard, the rationale for a discard.
So that information is in the observer data. We just haven't really had time to work it up yet. So I think we can go back to the observer data set that we have linked to the active LOAs and look at those trips discarding summer flounder, generally the reasons why they're doing it. There's a couple different categories that they have, and so to sort of get a general sense. Were you thinking of a reporting requirement separate from the observer data and something like a VTR or something like that?
Yeah, it would be a field within the VTR or vessels and study fleet or something like that, something they could fill in that way.
Yeah, I'm not sure I know the answer to that. I know that adding reporting requirements may have some timeline implications, because I think there's some different legal implications of adding reporting requirements, but I'm not sure we've considered that for this particular exemption and for this reason. Might be a question for Garfo.
Thank you. And the comment I have is that basically the difference for small mesh exemption between 1B and 1C, which is 1B being utilizing the western boundary of the coral zone in favor of 1C, which is a singular point. I understand the complexity of the coral zone points, but they're there. We can just copy and paste them. I think it could create a gray area, or it could cause some confusion when you extend. If you look at that and you see you have a small mesh exemption area, which is an exempted area that you're allowed to fish in, that encroaches that far on an area you're not allowed to be in at all. I think it could be misconstrued, possibly. I would be favoring something like that if we didn't already have these, hyper accurate multiple points already in the system, but it's really just a copy and paste of the coral zone points to the eastern boundary of the proposed small mesh exemption area versus a singular point. I mean, the enforcement area is still the enforcement area. So I really don't see where there's a whole lot of difference there.
James Fletcher.
It may be simpler to leave the fly net description as it is and think about just allowing 10% of the catch to be flounders. A percentage of the catch, 5%, 10%. But the question comes up. It's just like if the boat's coming back to North Carolina and our quota is for flounders is closed, that boat cannot bring back but 100 pounds. So it's probably a good chance that the state quotas are what are driving the discard. And that's what needs to be addressed. But if, for general speaking, a 10 or a 15% of the total catch would be the way to go, because on the flounder in North Carolina where it originated, it ran less than 1 to 2% of the total catch. So we need to look, rather than going through changing the net size and stuff like that, explore the possibility of 10% or a percentage of the total catch could be summer flounder. But then you run into the discards are going to still occur if the state quota does not allow them to be landed. Thank you for your time.
Dan Farnham.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little confused. I want to go back to Chris's comment about if the area gets extended to the west. So the boats that are fishing there now, I don't see an increase in activity in that area. What we're trying to do is turn any discards of legal sized fish that they encounter now into landings, whatever landings that we can, be that regulated by state limits or whatever. But I don't see an increase in discards of smaller fish because people are targeting fish, fluke in that area. I don't know if I got your point correct, or does that answer your concern at all?
Chris Moore.
So, yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Stan. It's an important point. But my point was this. We have this information that suggests that discards exceed a trigger that we currently have on the books, right? And if in fact we were to look at this data the way that the regulations suggest we look at the data, then we would be modifying the small mesh exemption program. And we'd be looking at that very issue of like, well, does the line have to move west, or does it have to move east, or do we have to get rid of the small mesh exemption program, right? So the consideration that you bring to mind, which is maybe we don't have a problem extending that line to the west because the indication that we have is that there's other vessels fishing there, encountering mostly, large fluke. So maybe we won't have a problem, but we don't know for sure. And we do have this 10% value that we have to think about as well. So I think my point to Kylie and to the FMAT and the PDT was that all that needs to be explored. Certainly thinking about moving the line means that all those things have to come together to make sense, because certainly we don't want to increase discards of small fluke as a result of something that we think is going to benefit, the fluke fishery, as well as the fishermen that are out there. So, yeah, there's a lot there, but I think you're thinking about it the right way.
Mike Penny.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just sort of following on from Chris's point about trying to provide access to the large fluke where the industry might be fishing, but not simultaneously increase discards of small fluke, which I think that was your point, Chris, right? So looking at, you had two maps, one that showed the distribution of adult fluke versus the distribution of juvenile fluke during the period. Yeah, that one. And, you know, what I draw from that is, you know, we're talking about the area, particularly all along the eastern boundary of the southern scup GRA. So there's a lot of adult fluke that, you know, potentially be available. But then there's the seeming hot spot of juvenile fluke down at the very southern end. If I'm interpreting that correctly. And so was there any discussion among the PDTF, Matt, of maybe moving the southern boundary up instead of going all the way down to 37? The southern boundary of the southern GRA, maybe moving that up a little bit to avoid that hot spot of juvenile fluke, but leaving in place all of the area where the adult fluke are with very little juvenile fluke?
Kylie?
So the FMAP PDT hasn't really dug into this information yet. We can definitely talk about that. And that was something I noticed as well, that there seems to be more in that southern end. But, you know, again, the scale of the abundance between these two figures is not the same. So it might look a little bit worse than it is, but it is something to kind of think about if the abundance of juveniles is much greater in the lower portion of that area. We can look into that.
Eric Reed?
Yeah, thank you. And to Mr. Penny's point, I can't remember, but I think that the bottom line of the proposal is 3720, which might solve some of the problem. But the other thing is the time series is 1990 to 2019. And the way things are moving, they may not be there anymore. But I mean, I wouldn't have any heartburn about if that is a concern, that little piece there. I'd like to see the latitude again, because it may be 3720 now, but I can't remember. I get too many numbers in my head. So,
Mike Penny?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point that Eric makes, and, you know, maybe digging into the time series a little bit to see whether that hotspot is persistent, or was that, you know, a hotspot sometime in the 90s that's just sort of been retained because of the time series that we're looking at.
Eric, you have a motion? Now, this motion will be for the commission only. So and we want to try and keep the same information going out, the whole public document, or when it goes out to public, we want to keep the council the same. So if it goes through, we're also going to need a motion from the council as well. Go ahead, Eric.
okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is for the commission. You know, I appreciate the conversation. A lot of the stuff that we're talking about can be done through other actions other than moving a line or changing the definition. There's some other technical stuff, but you know, I was misguided in that my brain in the beginning when I thought this might be a little bit easier than it is, but I'm going to try to smooth some of this out. My intent is to remove 1B and 2C from consideration. I can make it in one motion, but I'm thinking maybe 2 would be better, Mr. Chair. I don't know what you think, but that's my intent, and you let me know how you want to do it, and I'll give you some rationale. It's pretty straightforward, really.
All right, so we're going to need one. We're going to have to separate the two.
Okay, and in that case, I would move to sorry, I've only been looking at it for 2 hours. I would move alternative 1B to considered but rejected in the document. And I don't know if that's the appropriate language or just remove it from further consideration. Dr. Moore, I'll kind of leave that up to you, but that's my motion. If I get a second, I'll give you 2 minutes worth of additional rationale.
Will there be a second for the commission? Emerson Hasbrook, are you seconding it?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you for that. Would anybody like to make the same motion for the council? Chris Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not to belabor the conversation, but Bobby, your comment was relative to this, right? I'm trying to understand what you were saying earlier about the line, and that in fact you favored 1B as an alternative that you wanted to keep in the document.
It's not so much that I was in favor of it, we already have one boundary that has a hyper precision line to it, and in lieu of, overcomplicating it, now we're picking a singular point that creates a fairly large overlap between basically a no entry zone that is overlaid on a small mesh exempted area. And my concern was that it could be misconstrued that by having that much of an overlap, even though in reality there's no fishery that's going to take place there, it's too deep anyway. Mine was more so, I'm not necessarily against removing this. It's just as far as trying to stay consistent with what the council does and what actions are in the way that we word things. That's just something I wanted to highlight, but I'm not necessarily against it.
And with that, does anybody want to make or you got a question or comment? Or do you want to make the motion? Dan?
Are you looking for a motion from the council? I'll make
Yeah.
that motion.
Okay. We have a motion from Dan Farnham, second by Peter Hughes. Since this was a commission to start with, Nicola, would you like to take over for the commission?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there any discussion on the motion for the board or really from the council as well before we move to a vote? Eric Reed?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Chair. So, option 1B was really never meant to be an alternative. What I wanted to point out and make it very clear was the amount of space that was available to the fleet in that area. And I wanted to, I apologize to the staff before, I just wanted to know how many square miles we were talking about in a very long piece of the coast. Not to make that as a standalone alternative. The enforcement committees weighed in. They like, fewer lines and straighter lines. And the coral zone is well known to everybody, and the eastern side of that GRA is well known. I just wanted it to be well known that it's not 12,000 square miles that we're opening up. It's somewhere around 1,901 square miles, but in reality, it's probably less than that because the bottom is not fishable there. So I'm trying to simplify the document and not take up a lot of staff time on something that might be more complicated than I want it to be. So that's why I'm suggesting we remove 1B because it is fully included in 1C. And as long as the rationale behind 1C shows plainly that it's only this much bottom that we're actually going to get, then I think that's the way to move forward. So that's my intent. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Eric. As a follow-up, can I question whether there is additional staff time associated with having these two alternatives, as mentioned?
I mean, slightly in the sense that, it requires a slightly longer document to analyze, but because the impacts of 1B and 1C are the same, it essentially just involves repeating, the impacts of 1C are effectively the same as 1B, so not too much additional.
Thank you, Kylie. That's what I was figuring. Is there any other discussion from the board on the motion? Do states need a moment to caucus? I think I would like a moment to caucus at least. So if it's all right, Mr. Chair, we'll take just a minute to do so.
Okay, come back when you're ready.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, while a few of the states are still caucusing, the way we'll handle the vote, since we're kind of split between remote and here in the room, Tony will read off the names of the hands that are raised online or for the states, and I can record any votes that are in the room, and then Nicola will announce the results of that. So it's going to be a little bit complicated, but we'll make it work.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you for that, Bob. I think we're back. It's been a minute. The motion is to move alternative 1B to considered but rejected in the document. The vote to the board. Those in favor, please raise your hand.
All right, I have Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, North Carolina, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, and Connecticut. And NOAA Fisheries. Hold on, let me see if I got any more hands. That looks like all.
All right, thank you. Please lower the hands.
Nicola, let me call the hands that are in the room.
Oh,
okay.
Thank you.
And in the room, we have Delaware, Virginia, and Maryland.
So that's 10 votes in favor. Hands down. And we'll look for hands for those opposed to the motion.
I don't have any hands online.
There are none in the room.
So Massachusetts is trying to raise a hand on the webinar. I have a message from Ray Kane saying he's trying to raise his hand but can't.
Okay. Massachusetts opposing then.
All right. And no need to lower hands, but any abstentions to the motion?
I have one abstention that was told to me prior to the meeting, and I don't know if that person has the ability to raise their hand or not, but New Hampshire, since they don't have a summer flounder fishery.
Okay, thank you. And any null votes?
I have no hands.
Okay, the motion carries 10-1 with 1 abstention and 0 null votes. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Nicola. As it's now the property of the council, I'm going to read this into the record. Move up alternative 1B to considered but rejected in the document. It's been made by Dan Farnham and seconded by Peter Hughes. Are there any objections to the motion? Any abstentions to the motion? Motion passes unanimously. Chris Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To preempt you, Eric, I know that you're going to make another motion relative to the FlyNet exemption. I wanted to make a comment before we got into that conversation, because I know the alternative that you're thinking about rejecting may be one that we do need to consider for this reason. Kylie and I have had a number of conversations about the FlyNet exemption as well. One of the things that strikes me, and one that you may not have picked up today, is that that exemption really hasn't been enforced. You know, Kylie said, I can't remember what language you used in the document, but we're hard pressed to find any sort of, data, any indication that there's been enforcement of that exemption by anyone at any time. So that begs the question, why do we have the exemption? So I think based on what we know, having an exemption for folks that are using fly nets, encountering large fluke, wanting to keep those fluke is a good thing. The trick is we don't have a good definition of a fly net. We don't have a definition of a fly net that an enforcement person could use when they get on board a vessel and say, oh yeah, that's a fly net. Because, you have, and Kylie presented a table of 10 different kinds of nets that could be considered fly nets. So if in fact we get rid of the alternative that you're thinking about, Eric, does that prevent us from coming up with a simpler, more straightforward definition of a fly net that we could actually use? And I've challenged Kylie and the FMAT to basically tell me what are the 2-3 things that identify a net as a fly net. As a general fly net that would include all those other nets that are included in that list that Kylie presented. And Kylie shakes her head when I say it. She's like, not 2, it could be 3, it could be 4. But anyway, I think that's the trick. So it's difficult. No one's been able to do that yet. I don't know if anyone can do that, but I think we need to do that if in fact we want a regulation that can be enforced. Thanks.
Eric?
Yeah, okay. So, I guess in response to you, Doctor, to me, option 2B is the definition you're looking for. It is very simple, and it takes all this, what, you know, the observer has to ask the captain, the Coast Guard's got to ask the captain, what kind of net is it? And, you know, then they're going to have to say, well, a rule troll is this, I got to have my net plan out. They're going to have a nightmare to enforce it. And to me, the simplest definition of a fly net is 2B with the changes that has been presented to us. 2C is way too complicated. It's not enforceable in any way, shape, or form. And I don't really think we should spend an inordinate amount of time trying to define what 10 or 11 different kinds of nets are that might be legit. So somebody's going to have to go on the boat and enforce them. I mean, in my mind, you know, if it's a question of what are the bottom meshes in the net look like, and you got to have 20 feet of them, that's pretty easy to tell. When the thing's coming up on the reel, you look at it, 10-foot mesh is not very hard to tell what it is. When you start getting into the rest of the body of the net, the smaller they are, the harder they are to count. But the reality of it is the gear that is being towed now, not the gear that this was all designed to do, has very large meshes in the front and right behind the sweep. In the most popular net that's made by Superior Trawl in Rhode Island, right behind the sweep, there's 2.5 meshes of 8 to 10-foot meshes. And then that drops down to 32-inch meshes for quite a long ways. You see it, it's easy to enforce. You start talking about all these other things, we got rule trawls, we got haddock separator trawls, we got drop chains, we got all this crap going on. It'll take you forever to do that. So that's my opinion. You know, there's guys in this room who are still go on boats. Maybe it's their opinion too. I'm not going to speak for them, but I think that alternative 2C is very complicated and it should be removed. But that does not preclude this body for taking 2B and adjusting it as we go forward, or presenting a cleaner version. But right now, 2C, that's a mess. We should get rid of it, and if it means we have to replace it with something else, so be it. But the way it is now, it doesn't work for me. So I'm going to move. I was thinking about not doing it, but now I'm going to do it. Just as we get my head handed to me, I suppose. But anyway, I would move alternative 2C to consider but rejected in the document. And if I get a second, I don't need to give you any more rationale. So.
Since this is a commission motion, is there a second from the commission? Emerson Hasbrook, are you seconded for the commission?
I am.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Chris Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Eric, you and I are saying the same thing, but you know, a little differently, right? My point was this: I don't want to be precluded from coming up with a simple, elegant definition for a fly net if in fact we're removing alternatives from the document, right? I don't want to be locked into 2B without further modification. You said it at the end of your statement, which is if we want to tweak this later, or if we want to look at, as long as we can do that, as long as there's an understanding that we could take 2B as the fundamental definition and maybe modify it to make it even better so that's more enforceable, that's great, right? Yeah, 2C is, potentially a mess. There's a lot of, and that was my earlier statement, there's like 10 different kinds of nets in there, and we can come up with a general definition of a fly net. That's where we need to be. That's what, so I think you and I are saying the same thing. So if in fact, removing 2C doesn't preclude us from doing that, from my perspective, that's great.
Yeah, I don't see how it does, but right now, there's no sense in analyzing something that it's a non-starter, because that is 2C is a non-starter. That's the way I see it. Mike Luisi.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the same motion on behalf of the council.
And second by Joe Chris. Any more discussion on the motion? Since the commission went first last time, or the council's going to go first this time, I'll read the motion. Move alternative 2C to considered but rejected in the document. Is there any opposition to the motion? Any abstentions? Seeing none, the motion passes by unanimous consent. Nicola?
Turn to the board now. Is there any objection to the motion from the board? Not seeing any online. How about in the room, Bob?
No hands in the room, Nicola.
Okay. Any abstentions? No. So the motion carries by consent.
Kylie, anything else before we put the last motion up?
I think just with alternative 2B, I just wanted to clarify or get some discussion on the comments that we received about also taking out that part that says 35 meshes or more, because that seemed like that there was support for that with that modification, but it's not currently in the document.
Eric?
Well, the way it reads now, it says 35 meshes of 8 inches or greater, right? Okay, so that's what it says. Doesn't say where they are. You put 3 here, 5 over here. Doesn't say if they're across the net or down the net. So that's a loophole. I'd like to close that loophole. But we had a discussion on Monday about it, and it's like maybe it would be better if we said there has to be behind the sweep X amount of inches or feet of meshes 8 inches or greater. Now, if you do the math, 8 times 35 is 280 inches, which gives you something like 23 1/3 feet. Make it into a linear measurement instead of a mesh count, which it's not really that hard to measure. In my mind, it's a lot easier than counting a lot of meshes. So I would support the changes that are offered. 64 inches is not enough. They're 8, 10 feet long, and that instantly qualifies the gear we're towing out as to be not legal. But as far as the 8 by 35, I think there has to be a consideration and to analyze a distance, and you don't need a tape measure. You need a piece of twine that's 20 feet long, and you put it on a sweep and you wind the thing around a net reel. When you run out of twine, you go like this and you're done. So it's not all that complicated to enforce. So we got to change the 8 by 35. That's what we got to do. And how we do it, I'm not exactly sure. But 8 by 35, the way it's written in that document, it's a loophole, and that's no good.
Chris Moore?
So Eric, this proves my point about what we were talking about relative to 2B, 2C, right? In fact, I think we're fine where we're at, right? With an understanding that that thing needs to be tweaked a little bit. Maybe there's some additional clarification that needs to happen. And if you're comfortable just with that understanding and with that direction to Kylie and the FMAT, then I think we're fine, right? When we look at the document again, there'll be that alternative will include what you just said and maybe something else as well, because there may be other things that we haven't talked about today that make it simpler, more enforceable, and something that we want to do. So
Yeah, that's fine with me. Yeah. And so what room is hospitality? Where are we at here? No,
it's like the definition of a fly net. You got to go up the stairs, take the elevator.
Exactly, exactly. I like to fly up there instead of having to go up the stairs. But I mean, I get, at this point, I'm trying to close loopholes. Because that's, you read the thing, it's like, what is this? And just to make it simpler to enforce, and it's if the definition gets tweaked a little bit, I bet you it's not going to be much. But anyway, I'm glad you agree with me. Thank you.
Kylie, does that help you to hopefully come up with what you need?
Yeah, I think so. I think we can figure something out from that.
All right. Mike Loisi?
So are we ready for a motion, Mr. Chairman, to?
Yes.
Now, I just wanted to ask the question, is this Kylie made mention, or somebody mentioned earlier, that the public hearing document only needs to go to the commission through the commission process? Is this motion being taken up by both the council and the commission?
Good. Bob?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The commission actually doesn't need to pass this motion. So where the commission is now is all the options that Kylie presented, as well as the flexibility that was just discussed on more definite or refining the definitions. Those will all carry forward to the FMAT PDT and be put into the draft addendum. And then when the draft addendum comes back to the board, that's when they will decide on the range of options. So the board doesn't need to make a motion right now, sort of clarifying what options are going to go forward. I think the ones that were presented today will be included in the draft addendum for board consideration automatically. So we don't need this motion. So you could probably just take out the word addendum and carry on with this motion if the council needs it.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Let me see what I can do. So I'll make this on behalf of the council. I move to adopt the draft range of alternatives for the summer flounder mesh exemptions framework as modified today, period.
Is there a second? Dan Farnham? Do we need any further discussion? Dan Farnham?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question to Eric's comment. At what point we're going to modify 2B and remove the 35 or more meshes that are at least 8 inches? At what point does that get modified?
Kylie?
So I think it needs to be in the public hearing document that's approved by the commission. But that, so that would be reviewed at our next scheduled joint meeting. But the decision to approve that hearing document is only a board decision. So I think we would modify that language kind of based on the discussion we've had today. But I don't know that the council would necessarily have an opportunity to approve that before taking final action. But at the time of final action, could probably make some tweaks to that.
Bob Beal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the intention is for that meeting when the board reviews and approves ultimately the draft addendum for public comment would be a joint meeting. I know it's a little bit awkward, but I think that the board definitely wants to stay in lockstep and have the same range of motions in the framework as well as our addendum. So if we do that meeting as a joint meeting, I think we'll be able to handle it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Is there any objection to the motion? Any abstentions to the motion? Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. That concludes everything, Kylie?
Yes, thank
Yep.
you.
All right, thank you. With that, that concludes today's meeting. Thank you, Nicola, for your help today with the commission. And I think we have an announcement from Chris Moore.
You, Mr. Chair, hospitality's in 1502. If you weren't here yesterday, it's a little complicated, but not that complicated. Take the elevator up to the 14th floor, walk to 1402, walk up the steps to the next floor. That's 1502 as you come out the steps. See you there. Everyone's invited.